tortoise. Tortoise has lived for tons of years. Again came Varaha, who gave a breakthrough and introduced ability. The first Varaha is Varaha Avatar. Then came the next possibilities. In the modern Hindu literatures you find 10, but original authentic Puranas like Bhagavatam records 24 incarnations. The first man who started thinking, Kapila. The cohesive thought current, the idea of cohesive thought current was introduced to humanity, called Sankhya philosophy by Kapila. So he gave the breakthrough to the humanity by teaching humanity how to think. First man who started thinking, Kapila, is the next incarnation who pushed humanity to next levels. Of course, I am following the sequence of Bhagavatam. The various incarnations happened, gave a break conscious and gave next level. Then came Rama, who taught social integrity. Krishna taught integrity to love. Much more than social integrity, personal integrity is the most authentic integrity. Krishna, who gave a breakthrough by the value of personal integrity. So each time a being who introduces a breakthrough in the consciousness of humanity is incarnation. Understand? Nothing to be proud about, nothing to brag. My responsibility is to introduce power manifesting consciousness to humanity. The breakthrough I am going to give it to human beings, humanity, is new consciousness which manifests powers of Sadashiva. You will see, before I leave the planet Earth, third eye will be everyday lifestyle for human beings. Third eye and powers of third eye. Awakening. Third eye, powers of third eye, awakening third eye, all that will become just day-to-day regular lifestyle happening. Just how you use iPhone 6 and how you are waiting for next iPhone 7 or 8, whatever. You will see simply humanity will be waiting from Bididi to declare the next power released. Understand, we have reached the tipping point. We have reached the tipping point. Not only I am going to make this power manifesting consciousness as a lifestyle for human beings, I am going to make it just by Shaktipada. This time I have decided there will not be any complications. And I tell you honestly, never my Guru Sadashiva Arunagiri Yogeshwara made me do any spiritual practice. It was just by his love and loving Shaktipada. It was just by his love and loving Shaktipada, he did everything what I need to have, I need to go through in me. I'll be honest and integrated to my Guru, just like how my Guru did everything to me only by Shaktipada, without asking me to do any spiritual practice. I commit with you guys, I will do the same to you all. When people don't listen, or when people don't understand the simplicity of Shaktipada, I have no other way than diverting them to some spiritual practice. But anybody trusts my integrity to my Guru, I give you guys my commitment. It is my integrity to my Guru Sadashiva Arunagiri Yogeshwara. He never made me do any spiritual practice, and tremendous patience. I tell you, the kind of the harassment he has to go through from me. I was 11-year-old boy. I used to sleep in his lap in the noon time, after food nap, afternoon nap. Even while I am sleeping in his lap, I do not want him to get up and go away while I am sleeping. I'll catch his thumb and put it in my mouth and hold with 2 hands. He will sit with all his passions, without even removing his thumb. Neither he made me do any spiritual practice, nor he withheld anything he had from me. It was pure Shaktipada through which he did whatever he need to do in me. So, O humanity, as integrity to my Guru, as my commitment to my Guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara Sadashiva himself, I commit with you. I'll make this whole power manifesting consciousness, Sadashiva's power manifesting consciousness, Sadashiva's consciousness, as your lifestyle just by Shaktipat.
Yes, beautifully, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism teaches us Shaktipada, the very place as the disciple of the Guru, seated before him in deep listening and the just simple integrity and simple love. With this, we can understand the way that Paramashivoham has manifested so beautifully. And beautifully, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was sharing with us the conscious breakthroughs that each of the incarnations of divinity have contributed to the humanity and to the whole universe. And we're also going to see the continuation of this clip where Swamiji talks more about Shaktipada, how we can have it with us and how it is something that we should immediately celebrate, as he is the one who's going to bring power manifesting consciousness as a reality. Let us take a look at this wonderful clip.
Open wide, breathing pattern changes, mouth opens wide, ears start deeply listening, You are having Shaktipada. Sadashiva beautifully describes eyes opening wide to drink his form, mouth opening wide because uncontainable joy, breathing pattern changing, ears getting into the listening space, skin experiencing goosebumps. All these are the clear definition that you are having Shaktipada. Whether you see him, remember him, celebrate him, dance with him, eat with him, live around him, or in the modern days, getting a like from him, all, 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 all this is Shaktipada. Celebrate Shaktipada. Most practical, easiest, best Shaktipada. People ask me, how to get the best Shaktipada from you, Swamiji? I tell you, live or alive, morning satsang is the best Shaktipada. Miss anything, not morning satsang. If you don't have time, miss breakfast, nothing wrong, good for health. But not morning satsang. Miss anything, not morning satsang. Celebrate Shaktipada. I tell you, it is my integrity to my Guru, Arunagiri Yogi Ishvara. I'll make this Sadashiva's consciousness Sadashiva's power manifestation. I'll make Sadashiva's consciousness, Sadashiva's powers manifesting as lifestyle for the whole humanity. Understand? I am here for that purpose. Surely I'll do that to all of you. Just by Shaktipat, nothing else. Celebrate Shaktipada. The best way to have Shaktipada is morning satsang, whether live or alive. Morning satsang alone is enough to make you manifest powers. Understand, I am categorically declaring, it may be live or alive, morning satsangs alone is enough for you to manifest Sadashiva's powers and Sadashiva's consciousness. Everything else is help, supplement. But main course meal is morning satsang. Everything else is supplement. Morning. For you to have Shaktipada and manifest Sadashiva's powers and Sadashiva's consciousness. I tell you, you can believe, no, power manifestation is not for me. I know Balasans are doing, I know Mahayoga is doing, I know there are many people who are doing Sadashivoham participants. I want you to know 87% of Sadashivoham participants have written in their own handwriting in the feedback form, they are able to manifest comfortably at least one power of Sadashiva. It's not a joke. Listen carefully. Even after this, I've seen many people. I know people manifest powers, but that is not for me. I think I am too damaged or too old. And one fortunate thing is, you are free to have these beliefs. It is not necessary you need to convince yourself. Fortunately, your beliefs are too shallow. So Shaktipada works beyond your beliefs and makes you manifest powers. I've seen people telling me, Swami, still I have self-doubt, but I am manifesting powers. How? That is why I am saying, Shaktipada works deeper layers. It works in your bone marrow, not in your skin. Your belief is only your skin deep. My Shaktipada works in your bone marrow. Shaktipada manifesting Sadashiva's powers is independent of your self-doubt and guru doubt. Independent of your SDHD and GDHD. All I need from you is sitting for Shaktipada, nothing else. I don't need your belief. It is too shallow and too poor. Give that to the religion which are asking for it. Give your faith, give your belief to the religions which is asking for it. I don't ask for that. It's too shallow, too poor. Too easy to get. I was reading a book given to me by Sri Mohandas Pai. It's a wonderful book. The atrocities done to Indians and Indian tribes during the British period. I think the book is Case for India. And I found some of the references. I think the book name is The Case for India by Will Durant. And I found some references in that book. And I went and started digging out those references, Googling. I was shocked to find how the fishermen of southernmost tip of India, the southern district, fishermen were converted. The huge churches were built, but fishermen were very strong believers of Kuladevata Mariamman, and they were not ready to convert. Understand what I am talking is historical fact. After reading the many very trustworthy documents and evidences, I am talking, not just one. I can say at least 10 different recordings, archival statements. So, how much ever you try to brainwash them, they are not ready to come to churches or convert. So these guys organize for a robbers and pirates who constantly attack the fishermen and rob them, but don't kill them. Just rob their fish, all the other valuables, and send them back. So naturally they try to go to their Kuladevata and pray as much as they can and try to do everything, all the rites, rituals, as per Hindu tradition, their beliefs and everything. But no solution. Suddenly the preachers come and tell them, pray to Jesus, you will be saved. And put cross on your boat, you will be protected. And those pirates and robbers don't attack the boats which carries that symbol. I was shocked how the belief was bought. I was shocked how the belief was bought. O Sadashiva, I thank you for the religion you made me born in, which does not demand shallow faith and belief. O Arunagiri Yogishwara, I thank you. I was not born in a religion which demands shallow faith and belief. Otherwise, I would have also gone through the same. Or I would have done this to others. You neither made me go through, nor made me do this to others. You gave me your Shaktipada, and you taught me the science to give Shaktipada to others, which does not need your shallow faith and shallow beliefs. I don't need to send pirates. I am blessed enough to be born in a religion which believes in Shaktipada. I should say, which lives Shaktipada, not believes. It is be and lives. Not believes. And one more thing, after the 12th is awakened, there are hundreds of new layers opens up. That is what, the new layers when it opens up, that is what is Purnavatara. Means that
So many different truths and revelations constantly being revealed to the world. Constantly being shared to the world. So actually, now we can make this whole thing as a simple medical test. We can see how many strands of your DNA is awakened and give you the report. Are you going through depression? See, third is awakened, fourth is getting awakened. Don't eat my head. Go. I am not interested anymore in sitting and consoling you. And I am not interested anymore in sitting and talking to you. And even after I talk, you think I am consoling you. I am not interested in consoling you. I have the medical report, get out. Go and do the next job. We'll make it very clear. Because it's all science, simply provable. Simply provable. I think first we will prove, working on my DNA, that 12 strands are awakened. When that is clearly proved, then this whole science is proved. And I will clearly reveal, when you cross the lust, the third strand is awakened. When you cross the fear, the fourth strand is awakened. When you cross the unknown feeling, whether fear or lust, you don't even know, the fifth strand is awakened. When you cross the suffocation, which you can't even call as a fear or insecurity or greed, you can't name it, but just you are angry. You are just angry at everything. Especially it will be usually directed towards me only. Because I am the only person who is constantly seen by your eyes and gets recorded. So it's like when you look at this light for 2 seconds and close your eyes, you will see the imprint of that light inside. You will see the negative of that light inside. Same way, naturally, constantly you are seeing me only. So when you close your eyes, you will see the negative of me inside and put the blame on me. So the fighting with master, that is the time that sixth strand is getting awakened. So now we will make all this as a medical test. If somebody is depressed, send the DNA for test, that's all. And no appointment. Till the DNA report comes, no appointment. And if the DNA report comes, I don't even need to talk. Now you know, go, do next. That's all. I tell you, surely within 1 or 2 years we will make this whole thing as science. Then the mass production of enlightenment can happen. It doesn't need to be like a one by one, piece by piece. Mass production can happen. It's only that final tattooing we will do piece by piece. See, the body will produce in mass. We need to have some uniqueness, so we will just have a tattoo. Yes. The tattooing we will do in unique way. But the production can become mass. That is what I am saying. Huge number of indigo kids are landing on the planet Earth. That's one thing. Second thing, systematically the mass production of an enlightenment science is landing on the planet Earth. I am the Vastu engineer and new builder. The Vastu engineering means that altering the existing building is the science I am talking. This awakening the different strands of DNAs. And I am very clear, I am very confident, I am very sure, simply we can prove all these things. Simply we can prove, because no way these guys can have the insights I am having. It is simply their scientific explanation. So I know for scientific explanation simply matches with my insight. And we will just create a system of mass production of enlightenment. Mass production of enlightenment. And I think this is the way we are going to really help the 2012 happening. We are going to be the great help to the human consciousness, to elevate the human consciousness in this way only. This kind of way only, we are going to be a big help to the human consciousness for 2012. So the essence is three things. First, see who am I. The personality which can be changed is not you. So dig, then who am I? When you feel you are hitting the dead end or suffocation, increase the seeking, intensity, passion, and look again. When I say again, again and again and again and again, till you awaken the next strand of DNA, next strand of DNA, next strand of DNA. I bless you all. Let all 12 strands of DNA be awakened in all of you, and let you all achieve and radiate enlightenment. Let you all achieve and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. I tell you, with seeking, do weightlifting. That will get into your DNA structure. With awareness, when you lift the weight, feel the tremendous pressure, not pain. Understand, when you are with awareness, it will never be a pain. It can only be called as pressure on your muscles and system. With that heavy pressure, but decide, no. I feel by this lifting, I'll change my DNA structure because Swamiji has told, I am going to do that. With awareness, with seeking, go on doing which your muscle does not want to do. This is one point I am telling you. I am giving you the tips on how these ideas can become your experience step by step. Step by step. I am not interested in poetic theories. I am interested in practical how to. I am telling you exactly how to. Later on I will give you the poetic theories. Oh, when your 12-strand DNA is awakened, you feel like Andal and Meera, sing like Kabir, and dance like Chaitanya. I can sing that poetic song. No, I am not interested. I am talking like Swatmarama. I am not talking like Chaitanya or Meera. No. I am talking like Swatmarama. Means how? If you go and tell in front of Swatmarama, when the 12 strands is awakened, and you sing like Meera, you dance like Chaitanya, you sit like Buddha, he may just straight away throw a stone on you and say, come on, tell me how. Don't go on be teasing me. Tell me how. So now I am talking like Swatmarama. I am not talking like some poet. No. I am not talking like Bauls and Sufis. No. I am talking like Swatmarama. Bauls and Sufis, if you see the whole tradition, it is nothing but go on singing the glory of all the 12 strands of DNA awakened. Okay, who says no? I understand. If all the 12 strands of DNA is awakened, the whole body will feel like honey. I understand. Tandadu yendanai, kondadu undanai, sadurar yargolo, arunachala. I understand. I gave me, but I got you. Means I gave up the body with 2 strands of DNA awakened, and I got the body with 12 strands of DNA awakened. And who is intelligent? I am the intelligent. Okay, all these things. But how? So come on to the how. The how is first step. See, who am I? The lump of the identity and lump of the identity which negates the identity. These two are you as on now. Please understand. If I use the example of this apple, this part which you are seeing is what you are showing to the world. This part which you are not able to see is the part which has ability to change this part. You understand? When this part has some suffering, or when this part is not trustworthy, this part takes over and changes this part. You understand? So see, which is the part which has the ability to change this part. So you will see this part, the unknown part of you, has the ability to reason with this part and alter, transform, change within 21 minutes. That is why you are able to get out of depression or get into depression. The possibility for getting in or getting out exists. Because there is some part of you which has the ability to change what you think as you. You understand? So now, if that can be changed, how can that be you? No, it cannot be. Is it not? Then big, who is that me? Who is that me? Whenever you are thrown out, again without repenting, dig. With intense seeking. No. I am clear. I am going to awaken the extra higher strands of DNA. If you feel no, that is not that inspiring. Who knows what is 12 strands, DNA and all that. Then at least see, here is a person whose all strands of DNA is awakened. What game he is playing, what life he is living, how he is. Then take this as an inspiration and push yourself. That's all. I tell you, intense seeking simply awakens at least 4 to 5 strands of DNA. Nothing else. Nothing else. You don't need any sadhana. Just intense craving. See, the intense craving suddenly makes this apple grow into 3-4. It's like that seed becoming a simply 4-5 apples. Like one stem cell becoming 2-3. Same way, it just becomes many. So slowly the identity which you are showing becomes a superall part of you. It is no more half of you, it is half of you. Not half of you, it is half of you. Understand? It is not that I do not have identity which I am showing to you all. It is not half of me, it is half of me. The identity which you are showing to the world, if it is half of you, you are man. If it is half of you, you are God. It's not that that will not be there in you, but it will be half of you. So activating this more strands of DNA, the moment I said seeking, you think, oh, I know it, Swamiji finally will bring it on end here only. No, you do not know seeking. That is why you are feeling bored. If you know seeking, there will not be boring. There will not be boring. There will not be boredom. Seeking means exploring new. Even the hen or chicken which is poking at the garbage will not get bored. If it has an inspiration, it will find some worms as a food. Only if that guy is very sure he is not going to find anything, he will be bored. So you can't be very sure you will not find anything, because there is a person sitting in front of you who found something. And naturally, how much ever you deny, you are not able to deny that subject. You can deny everything. You can deny there is no DNA on the planet Earth. You can deny there is no seeking on the planet Earth. You can deny there is no enlightenment on the planet Earth. You can deny there is nothing of this, who am I, all these things on the planet Earth. You can deny everything. But you can't deny one fact, there is somebody who is little more than what I am. So at least hold on to that and go on poking. There will not be boredom. There will not be boredom. biggest job, I can say biggest job on the world, on the planet Earth, is keeping the seeking alive. Your eyes has 100% capacity to see inward also the same way it can see outward. I'll work on the indigo kids. You don't need any diagnostic machines on the. You need only the ability to see in to diagnose anything in your body. Nothing else is required. Just you should be able to see in, that's all. If you are able to see in of you, you can see any body in. That is the way. Sushruta, Charaga, all of them diagnosed. Otherwise, how do you think? Our guys are able to do all kinds of medical things. It's possible. So I have some more researches, but first I will finish one by one. So I have brought some 3-4 important truths today. I'll first talk one after another. First thing, children born throughout the history of humanity to raise the frequency of the planet that have more than 2 strands of active DNA. They are called indigo children. Fortunately, after the 60s and 70s, the 60 rebels and 70 hippies, most of them were indigo children. Please understand. The 60 rebels, 70 hippies. The 60s there is a huge rebel movement started. The 70s there is a huge hippie movement started. Many of them were indigo children. Unfortunately, the society is so cunning, so frozen, unable to accommodate them, labeled them as negative and pushed them aside. And they are made to negative, nothing else. And recently, after 90s, enormous amount, please understand, the guys who are working on this line, they are saying something like a 40 times more kids than the 60s and 70s are taking birth whose DNA is more than 2 strands active. Please understand. Huge number of kids whose DNAs are active more than 2 strands. Means the multi-dimensional kids are taking birth. Please understand. This is a solid proof, a huge uplifting in human consciousness is happening. I tell you, this is the best time to be in planet Earth. Best time to be in planet Earth. Especially this 2012 to 2020, I am seeing a miraculous happening. Just yesterday I declared, 2020 whole year, I have decided I am going to spend walking from Kanyakumari to Kashmir with 10,000 sannyasis. Let it be on record. See, 2012, levitation for 10,000 people at a time. And 2020, 10,000 sannyasis walking from Kanyakumari to Kashmir. Between these two happening, I know what all is going to happen. Human consciousness is going into a big shift of the higher consciousness. The 2012 is really going to be a happening year. Great positive happening year. So the amazing number of kids, indigo kids happening on the planet Earth. And Today I am declaring, our Gurukuls will specialize the science of making indigo kids as a full-blown incarnations. So we will take up, and already we have created, now we are taking up a full-fledged infrastructure and facility specially dedicated to indigo kids. So we will work specially on indigo kids so that they will become a full-blown incarnations, full-flowered incarnations. By the time they become 21. By the time they become 21, they should be full-blown incarnation. And another one important thing, the core human DNA imprint is built on 12 strand structure, means it can radiate, it can embody 12 dimensions of conscious awareness. I think I have spoken on this 11th dimension in a very detailed way. I may not spend much time on this 11th dimension. The 12th is the ultimate Shiva consciousness which can't be described. When you experience the 12th, you are an incarnation. That's all. So, there is a second truth. I want you to know the third truth is, I think I already read out, the person with 2 strands of DNA is only with a 16 MB RAM memory. And the DNA structure is activated. Once the DNA is activated, it's like giving internet connection. You can access anything by intent and intuition. So all other things as I read out. First I wanted to explain how to, because that is my unique thing, how to activate more than one DNA strand in you. Because most of the human beings have only one DNA activation. When you become a seeker, ready to take the risk of renouncing the sensual pleasure for something which you don't understand, the second DNA gets awakened. Second strand DNA gets awakened. Practically all of you, second strand DNA gets awakened. Because even for 1 month, if you have just 2 meals and taking bath twice a day and not having sex for something which you are not really tangible enough now. See, at least none of you have any tangible idea why you are doing that. Maybe you have that trust over Apta Pramana. Oh, if this guy is enlightened and this is what enlightenment, I would like to have it. That's all. That's all is the reason why you are eating twice a day and taking bath twice a day and abstaining from the sex and abstaining from all pleasures and everything. So this proves very clearly your second strand DNA is already awakened. How to awaken the next level strand DNAs? Understand? I'll give you exact that how. I don't want to use the old words. If I use the old words, you will say, oh, I know about it, it's okay. I tried it, not working out, so I am not going to be, I will not be able to awaken the third strand of DNA. No, you can. You can. Please understand. Remember who you are really. Remember who you are really. So naturally, like a lump you will feel, one part is that identity which you are showing to the world. Then one part will say, no, this is not, because this changes. I myself can convince myself to change the identity which I am projecting to the world in half an hour and can change it into another one. Is it not? See, sometimes when you are not able to maintain that identity, or when that identity gives you suffering, in half an hour, one cycle of time, one circle of time, the 21 minutes, you sit and talk to yourself and change it. Is it not? Then how can you be that? Not. It's liquid. It's changing. How can that be the me? No. Then what is me? What is me? In few minutes, naturally, you will feel there is some point in which you are cornering you. What is me? A kind of a silent awareness for a few seconds. Then what will happen? Because you are not able to be in the pressure of cornering you, it just gets bumped. It goes away to some subject or object, or it goes away something, and this idea gets lost. Means the third strand DNA you are touching, but it is kicking you back. Hey, get out, don't come here. I am not interested in waking up now. I want to sleep a little more time. That is where you need seeking. Telling, no. I am not just going to build my body, I am going to build my DNA structure. I have something about indigo children, so that you understand the super DNA. See, children born throughout the history of humanity to raise the frequency of the planet and human consciousness, having more than 2 strands of DNA, active DNA, are called indigo children, or rainbow children, crystal children. There are 3-4 names. Please understand, throughout the history, the kids are born. When they are taking birth, something extraordinary is in them. And now science is proving clearly, more than 2 strands of DNA is active in them. They are called indigo kids, and throughout the history there are references, these indigo kids were there. The core human DNA imprint is built on 12-strand structure, which says human form was designed to embody 12 dimensions of conscious awareness. I always used to talk about these 11 dimensions. The 12th is the Shiva state. We can have our own brand name, Nithyananda state, whatever. Fully awakened, Shiva consciousness. Please understand, these are the Shastra Pramanas, means the eternal truths revealed by modern day rishis. Then I will add my understanding about these 12 strands, human body, and 2 strands being active, more than 2 strands being active in kids, and how it happens. It's from a scientist and researcher, Cheryl Kakshialansa. The junk DNA or a dormant DNA activation is a tremendous gift to accelerate the spiritual awakening of collective consciousness on the planet. This is a quotation, means some research from that person. A person with 2 strands of DNA, with only 1 strand active, is like a computer with access to only 16 MB RAM memory. Can run only few programs. Once the DNA is activated, it's like giving internet connection. You can access anything by intent and intuition. Please understand, these are not my words. These are the collections from different researchers and discoveries. The dormant DNA activation level controls your frequency. Every time when a DNA is activated, you download higher consciousness from soul, identity, and attract people, places, events of similar high frequency. Again, it may look like my words, it is not my words. What I am going to add is my words. These are exact quotations I am reading out from different scientists and people who are specialists in this field, researchers. DNA activation not only has an effect on the individual, but this change will affect the individual's ancestors, 3 to 5 generations in the past as well as 3 to 5 generations in the future. This is one of the important revelation. In the Sannyas Upanishads, there is a very clear mention. If one person takes sannyas and elevates his consciousness, sannyas is nothing but awakening the different layers of your DNA. It says very clearly, Munned Janmathirkum Pinnedthirkum Piravikkadan Tirthan Perumagan Neethargadan Sannyasi. It's the exact translation I am giving you from the Tamil Vedantics. So that says, when somebody takes sannyas and raises his frequency, please understand, not the after 7th generation of you. Don't think only the after 7th generation, not just after 7th generation, before 7th generation, who passed away, who left the body, their frequency is raised. It's a very tricky thing. But scientists are saying, I will comment on this, and then you will understand what they meant by this. Munned Janmathirkum Pinned Janmathirkum Piravikkadan Tirthan Neethargadan Neetha Sannyasi. See, the exact meaning of this word is that as long as you are a grihastha, you are a married person, you are bound to do shraddha for the elders. So you have to, every month on the Amavasya day, you are supposed to offer the Pitru Darpana. Every year, the Tithi on which he passed away, they left the body, you are supposed to give all the traditional offerings. So the biggest argument is, if you become sannyasi, you cannot do this Nittar Kadan. Means you are debt to the ancestor who left the body. So the grihasthas argue, there is a sin, so you should not become a sannyasi. For that, it's called Prashnottara Malika. Means the question is asked by a disciple, master answers. In that Prashnottara Malika, this concept is discussed. So the answer Guru gives is this line, which I said. Munned Janmathirkum Pinned Janmathirkum. See, once you become sannyasi and raise your consciousness, you have done the Nittar Kadan. Nittar Kadan means you paid the loan, the debt of the ancestors for front 7 and back 7. I always used to think, a backside 7 we can understand, because now we are elevating the consciousness, so naturally it is affecting the planet Earth and collective consciousness and all the people, next generation. Naturally, all the people from the family I am born and brought up, all the family, whether my brothers or my cousin sisters and all of them, the whole family is naturally now thoroughly impacted by me. So naturally all their consciousness will carry the idea of me. I hear many times some of my uncles' kids and all, they say that I will go away with Swamiji, I will be with Swamiji, and they dress like me, or they talk like me, they try to do puja like me, or they try to behave like me. Even my own sister's, cousin sister's son, 2-3 kids, they try to ask, when can I become Swami like you? So they are thoroughly impressed. This we can understand logically. But how can the past 7 generation? It's possible. I'll explain how that is possible. And one more thing, after the 12th is awakened, there are hundreds of new layers opens up. That is what, the new layers when it opens up, that is what is Puranavatara. Means that so many different truths and revelations constantly being revealed to the world. Constantly being shared to the world. So actually, now we can make this whole thing as a simple medical test. We can see how many strands of your DNA is awakened and give you the report. Are you going through depression? See, third is awakened, fourth is getting awakened. Don't eat my head. Go. I am not interested anymore in sitting and consoling you. And I am not interested anymore in sitting and talking to you. And even after I talk, you think I am consoling you. I am not interested in consoling you. I have the medical report, get out. Go and do the next job. We will make it very clear. Because it's all science, simply provable. Simply provable. I think first we will prove, working on my DNA, that 12 strands are awakened. When that is clearly proved, then this whole science is proved. And I will clearly reveal, when you cross the lust, the third strand is awakened. When you cross the fear, the fourth strand is awakened. When you cross the unknown feeling, whether fear or lust, you don't even know, the fifth strand is awakened. When you cross the suffocation, which you can't even call as a fear or insecurity or greed, you can't name it, but just you are angry. You are just angry at everything. Especially it will be usually directed towards me only. Because I am the only person who is constantly seen by your eyes and gets recorded. So it's like when you look at this light for 2 seconds and close your eyes, you will see the imprint of that light inside. You will see the negative of that light inside. Same way, naturally, constantly you are seeing me only. So when you close your eyes, you will see the negative of me inside and put the blame on me. So the fighting with Master, that is the time that sixth strand is getting awakened. So now we will make all this as a medical test. If somebody is depressed, send the DNA for test, that's all. And no appointment. Till the DNA report comes, no appointment. And if the DNA report comes, I don't even need to talk. Now you know, go, do next. That's all. I tell you, surely within 1 or 2 years we will make this whole thing as science. Then the mass production of enlightenment can happen. It doesn't need to be like a one by one, piece by piece. Mass production can happen. It's only that final tattooing we will do piece by piece. See, the body will produce in mass. We need to have some uniqueness, so we will just have a tattoo. Yes. The tattooing we will do in a unique way. But the production can become mass. That is what I am saying. Huge number of indigo kids are landing on the planet Earth. That's one thing. Second thing, systematically the mass production of an enlightenment science is landing on the planet Earth. I am the Vastu engineer and engineering means that altering the existing building is the science I am talking. This awakening the different strands of DNAs. And I am very clear, I am very confident, I am very sure, simply we can prove all these things. Simply we can prove, because no way these guys can have the insights I am having. It is simply their scientific explanation. So I know for sure their scientific explanation simply matches with my insight. And we will just create a system of mass production of enlightenment. Mass production of enlightenment. And I think this is the way we are going to really help the 2012 happening. We are going to be the great help to the human consciousness, to elevate the human consciousness during this, in this way only. This kind of way only, we are going to be a big help to the human consciousness for 2012. So the essence is three things. First, see who am I. The personality which can be changed is not you. So dig, then who am I? When you feel you are hitting the dead end or suffocation, increase the seeking, intensity, passion, and look again. When I say again, again and again and again and again, till you awaken the next strand of DNA, next strand of DNA, next strand of DNA. I bless you all. Let all 12 strands of DNA be awakened in all of you, and let you all achieve and radiate enlightenment. Let you all achieve and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. I tell you, that will get into your DNA structure. With awareness, when you lift the weight, feel the tremendous pressure, not pain. Understand, when you are with awareness, it will never be a pain. It can only be called as pressure on your muscles and system. With that heavy pressure, but decide, no. I feel by this lifting, I'll change my DNA structure because Swamiji has told, I am going to do that. With awareness, with seeking, go on doing which your muscle does not want to do. This is one point I am telling you. I am giving you the tips on how these ideas can become your experience step by step. Step by step. I am not interested in poetic theories. I am interested in practical how to. I am telling you exactly how to. Later on I will give you the poetic theories. Oh, when your 12-strand DNA is awakened, you feel like Andal and Meera, sing like Kabir and dance like Chaitanya. I can sing that poetic song. No, I am not interested. I am talking like Swatmarama. I am not talking like Chaitanya or Meera. No, I am talking like Swatmarama. Means how? If you go and tell in front of Swatmarama, when the 12 strands is awakened and you sing like Meera, you dance like Chaitanya, you sit like Buddha, he may just straight away throw a stone on you and say, come on, tell me how. Don't go on be teasing me. Tell me how. So now I am talking like Swatmarama. I am not talking like some poet. No. I am not talking like Bauls and Sufis. No. I am talking like Swatmarama. Bauls and Sufis, if you see the whole tradition, it is nothing but go on singing the glory of all the 12 strands of DNA awakened. Okay, who says no? I understand. If all the 12 strands of DNA is awakened, the whole body will feel like honey. I understand. Tandadu yendanai, kondadu undanai, sadurar yargolo, arunachala. I understand. I gave me, but I got you. Means I gave up the body with 2 strands of DNA awakened and I got the body with 12 strands of DNA awakened. And who is intelligent? I am the intelligent. Okay, how? So command how is first step. See who am I? The lump of the identity and lump of the identity which negates the identity. These two are you as on now. Please understand. If I use the example of this apple, this part which this part which you are not able to see is the part which has ability to change this part. You understand? When this part has some suffering, or when this part is not trustworthy, this part takes over and changes this part. Part which has the ability to change this part. So you will see this part, the unknown has the ability to reason with this part and alter, transform, change within 21. That is why you are able to get out of depression or get into depression. The possibility for getting in or getting out exists, because there is some part of you which has the ability to change what you think as you. So now, if that can be changed, how can that be you? No, it cannot be. Is it not? Then big, who is that? Who is that me? Whenever you are thrown out, again without repenting, then seeking. No. I am clear, the extra higher strands of DNA. These 12 strands, DNA and all. Please see, here is a person, DNA is awakened, playing, what life is, how he is. Then take this as a universal, that's all. I tell you, in awakens at least 4 to 5 strands of DNA. Nothing else. Nothing else. You don't need any sadhana. Just intense craving. See, suddenly makes this apple grow into 3-4. It's like that seed becoming a simply 4-5 apples. Like one stem cell becoming 2-3. Same way, it just becomes many. So slowly the identity which you are showing becomes a super part of you. Half of you, half of you. Not half of you, it is half of you. Understand? It is not that I do not have identity which I am showing to you all. It is not half of me, it is half of me. The identity which you are showing to the world, if it is half of you, you are man. If it is half of you, you are God. It's not that that will not be there in you, but it will be half of you. So active this more strands of DNA. The moment I said seeking, you think, oh, I know it, Swamiji finally will bring it on end here only. You do not know seeking. That is why you are feeling no seeking. There will not be boring. There will not explore. Even our chicken looking at the garbage will not, if it has an inspiration, it will find some worms as a food. Only if that guy is not going to find anything. So very sure you will not find anything, because there is a person sitting in front of you who found something. And naturally, how much ever you deny, you are not able to deny that subject. You can deny everything. You can deny there is no DNA on the planet Earth. You can deny there is no seeking on the planet Earth. You can deny there is no enlightenment on the planet Earth. You can deny there is nothing of this, who am I, this, who am, all these things on the planet Earth. You can deny everything. But you can't deny one fact, there is somebody more than what I am. So at least hold on to that. and go on poking. There will not be boredom. There will not be boredom. Biggest job, I can say biggest job on the world, on the planet Earth, is keeping the sea. Your eyes as under.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let me explain the multiple reasons for why avatars happen. First, when for the Srishti, whenever there is a nature, if it's whenever needs to be pushed to the next level, whether DNA need to have a quantum jump in its natural selection process or conscious breakthrough need to happen. For example, the natural selection evolves as tortoise, tortoise evolves, pig evolves as man, animal, Narasimha. Then you need superconscious intervention to push natural selection process of DNA quantum jump. So, from man, animal, if the jump has to happen to man, human being, not just DNA need to evolve through its natural selection process. That is why when we as an animal, Narasimha, and pushes success of DNA to the next level, Paramashivoham Sharabeshwara and pushes the conscious intervention and takes the whole thing to the next level, human being. Every time when Vishnu comes as incarnation to give a natural selection breakthrough of a DNA, Vishnu comes and gives a breakthrough DNA process. Paramashiva comes breakthrough in superconscious level.
Moments away from Sharabeshwara Darshan. If you are not already, or if you're not already in the program, please and go to the link in the description below, or scan the QR code and find yourself in the Paramashivoham Zoom room. The two beautiful and very sacred things for the reason for being inside the Paramashivoham Zoom room is you will get to have the Naina Diksha of the Swam, of the Supreme Pontiff in Hinduism. The Naina Diksha is the ancient practice in Hinduism of presenting ourselves in front of the deity, in front of the Guru, by their eyes falling on us. tremendous amounts of suffering is removed, lifetimes of karma, and that happens just the eyesight of the Guru. One more thing important is by you will personal question to do whatever it is, whatever blessing Swamiji compassionately is reaching out and responses to everyone who's joining sessions. So because of this beautiful gifts from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, you should immediately register and find yourself inside the program right now. Of course, this program in this Chaturmasya is available absolutely for free for anyone. Celebrate Hinduism in these 4 months of Chaturmasya. It is originally a $21,000 program, but now it is being free for us to have the life transformation. Without further ado, for the very Sharabeshwara, the living embodiment of our beloved Swamiji. The best way to prepare, let us be seated with our head, neck and spine in a straight line, and please be in a space of deep, restful awareness and gratitude in your Ananda Gandha. Inhale and exhale as deeply as possible and as slowly as possible. Visualize Paramashiva with the 25 heads, 50 arms. Take a deep breath. Exhale and chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om
and respects. Before entering into the sutras, I want all of you to just sit for a few seconds. Sit straight and just prepare yourself. Because this understanding about which I am going to talk gave me the courage to leave the home. Today's subject is Maya. Actually, many times, the young age I used to think I should leave the home, go around, live a sannyas life. Suddenly, one day, when I was reading one of the Shankara's work on this Maya, somehow the concept clicked. The word Maya cannot be translated into English. Thinking the lesser reality as the higher reality is what we call Maya. What you are seeing, you can't say this is illusion. No, this is not ultimate. Your understanding this is ultimate is illusion. The moment the click happened, I was ready not only to leave the house, decided to live like a Shankara. In the Vedic tradition, anybody wants to become enlightened has to leave their home. They have to become homeless. It is a basic condition for enlightenment. You can't be in your hometown. You have to start wandering, studying, because to enter into the ultimate truth, you need to have the courage to go behind wherever it leads. There is a beautiful sutra in Brahma Sutra, the first sutra of Brahma Sutra. It says, Atatu Brahma Jignasat. Let us inquire into the reality. It says, only a courageous person who is ready to go behind wherever truth leads can enter into this science. In those days, we had a beautiful system. When somebody becomes enlightened, he will go around and sit with all other scholars, pandits, learned people, and he will open up his understanding. The other person will open up his understanding. Whoever can take the other person to the deeper level of understanding will follow him. That's all. That is why exploring the truth into the deeper and deeper level has been made as a compulsory basic value for anybody who wants to explore the reality, explore into the truth. What we need to understand from this story, courage to go behind the truth, wherever it leads. Even they are ready to gamble with their life, but they are ready for truth. If you accept or start working on the reality, whatever you see can be Maya. It feels as if the ground on which you are standing is opening or giving way, is taken away. It needs courage. It may suddenly open a new door to you. You must be able to go into the door, only then you can see the next door. Because I am trying to reproduce the same understanding and experience which happened in me. Understand, when I understood that Maya, the concept of Maya, it gave me so much of joy and courage to do anything. I decided I will live like a Shankara. There is every possibility you will catch the glimpse. I am not telling you will run away from a home. You will have the same energy and excitement and liberation when you realize this truth. If this one concept Maya is understood logically by you, no suffering can make low curve in you. Nobody can exploit you easily. If you can just open that courage, this understanding can open new doors for you. If you understand this clearly, you will have the courage. If you have little courage, you will have understanding. It's like a circle. Who will start first?
I represent Kailasa nation led by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, which speaks on behalf of 2 billion Hindus around the world who do not have a voice representing them in these international forums.
Alright, I'll start from my side first. I'll give the understanding. Let you add courage to it. Let's enter into the sutra. Illusions deceive, colors circumscribe, even divisibles are indivisible. Look becomes Shiva. Welcome you all with my love and respects. Before entering into the sutras, I want all of you to just sit for a few seconds. Sit straight and just prepare yourself. Because this understanding about which I am going to talk gave me the courage to leave the home. Today's subject is Maya. Actually, many times, the young age I used to think I should leave the home, go around, live.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
नित्यने नित्यने नित्यानंदने नित्यने नित्यने नित्यानंदने नित्यने नित्यने नित्यानंदने नित्यने नित्यने नित्यानंदने ಈ ಧರೆಯನ್ನು ಸಲಹಲು ನೀ ಬಂದಿಹನೆ ಜೀವನ್ ಮುಕ್ತಿಯ ನೀ ಕೊಡುವವನೇ ಈ ಧರೆಯನ್ನು ಸಲಹಲು ನೀ ಬಂದಿಹನೆ ಜೀವ ಜೀವನ್ ಮುಕ್ತಿಯ ನೀ ಕೊಡುವವನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ಅರಿಯದ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನ ದ್ವಂದ್ವವ ತೊಲಗಿಸಿ ಅರಿಯದ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನ ದ್ವಂದ್ವವ ತೊಲಗಿಸಿ ದಿವ್ಯ ಜ್ಞಾನವ ನೀ ತಂದೆ ದಿವ್ಯ ಜ್ಞಾನವ ನೀ ತಂದೆ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಂಬಿದ ಭಕ್ತರ ಬಾಳಲಿ ಕೈಲಾಸ ಕಾಣುವ ಬೆಂಬಲ ನೀ ಕೊಡುವೆ ನಂಬಿದ ಭಕ್ತರ ಬಾಳಲಿ ಕೈಲಾಸ ಕಾಣುವ ಬೆಂಬಲ ನೀ ಕೊಡುವೆ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ಚಂದದಿ ಕಾಣುವ ಮಾಯೆಯ ಮುಸುಕನು ತೆರೆಯುವ ಬುದ್ಧಿಯ ನೀ ತರುವೆ ಚಂದದಿ ಕಾಣುವ ಮಾಯೆಯ ಮುಸುಕನು ತೆರೆಯುವ ಬುದ್ಧಿಯ ನೀ ತರುವೆ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ಕಾಲನೇ ರುದ್ರನೇ ವೀರಭದ್ರನೇ ಕಾಲ ಭೈರವನಾಗಿ ನಿಂತಿರುವೆ ಕಾಲನೇ ರುದ್ರನೇ ವೀರಭದ್ರನೇ ಕಾಲ ಭೈರವನಾಗಿ ನಿಂತಿರುವೆ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ಈ ಧರೆಯನ್ನು ಸಲಹಲು ನೀ ಬಂದಿಹನೆ ಜೀವನ್ ಮುಕ್ತಿಯ ನೀ ಕೊಡುವವನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ
ಚಂದ್ರಕಲಾಧರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸಸಿವದನಾ ಶಿವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಚಂದ್ರಕಲಾಧರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸಸಿವದನಾ ಶಿವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗೌರಿ ಶಂಕರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಕನಕ ಸಬೇಸ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗೌರಿ ಶಂಕರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಕನಕ ಸಬೇಸ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಕರುಣಾಮೂರ್ತಿ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಅರುಣಾಚಲೇಶ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಕರುಣಾಮೂರ್ತಿ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಅರುಣಾಚಲೇಶ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಕೇಶವ ನರಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶ್ಯಾಮ ಗೋಪಾಲ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಕೇಶವ ನರಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶ್ಯಾಮ ಗೋಪಾಲ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಮುರಳಿ ಗೋಪಾಲ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಮುರಳಿ ಮನೋಹರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಮುರಳಿ నిత్యానంద హరి నిత్యానంద 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 నిత్యానంద హరి
దేవరాజ సేవ్యమాన పావనాంగ్రి పంకజం జ్ఞానయజ్ఞసూత్రమిందుశేఖరం కృపాకరం నారదాది యోగి బృంద వందితం దిగంబరం కాశికాపురాదినాథ కాలభైరవం భజే దేవరాజ సేవ్యమాన పావనాంగ్రి పంకజం జ్ఞానయజ్ఞసూత్రమిందుశేఖరం కృపాకరం నారదాది యోగి బృంద వందితం దిగంబరం కాశికాపురాదినాథ కాలభైరవం భజే ఆరుకోటి భాస్వరం భవాతిహారగంబరం నీలకంఠవీక్షితాటదాయకం ప్రియోజనం కాలకాలమంబురాక్షమక్షశూలమక్షరం కాశికాపురాదినాథ కాలభైరవం భజే శూలటంగపాశదండపాణిమాదికారణం శ్యామకాయమాదిదేవమక్షరం విరామయం భీమవిక్రమం ప్రమం విచిత్రతాండవప్రియం కాశికాపురాదినాథ కాలభైరవం భజే ముక్తిముక్తిదాయకం రజస్తచారు విగ్రహం భక్తవత్సలం స్థితం సమస్తలోక విగ్రహం వినిక్వనన్మనోజ్ఞహేమ కింకిణీరసత్కటిం కాశికాపురాదినాథ కాలభైరవం భజే ధర్మసేతుపాలకం ధర్మమార్గనాశకం కర్మపాశమోచకం సుశర్మదాయకం విభుం వర్ణవర్ణదేశపాశశోభితాంగమండలం కాశికాపురాదినాథ కాలభైరవం భజే రత్నపాదుకాప్రభావిరామపాదయుగ్మకం నిత్యమద్వితీయమిష్టదైవతం నిరంజనం మృత్యుదర్పనాశనం కరాలతం శ్రమోక్షణం కాశికాపురాదినాథ కాలభైరవం భజే అట్టహాసమిన్న పద్మజాండకోశరందతి దృష్టిపాదనష్టపాపజాలముద్రశాసనం అష్టసిద్ధిదాయకం కపాలమాలికాధరం కాశికాపురాదినాథ కాలభైరవం భజే భూతసంగనాయకం విశాలకీర్తిదాయకం కాశీవాసలోకపుణ్యపాపశోధకం విభుం నీతిమార్గకోవిదం పురాతనం జగత్పతిం काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे कालभैरवाष्टकं पठन्ति ये मनोहरं ज्ञानमुक्तिसाधनं विचित्रपुण्यवर्धनं लोकमोहदैन्यलोभगोपतापनाशनं ते प्रयान्ति कालभैरवां सन्निधिं ध्रुवम् काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे
மண்ணே மாமலையே மணியே மாணிக்கமே மரகதமே வைரமே பொன்னே புகழ் சேர் பொன்மலையே சோதி வடிவான ரூபனே என் குருநாதா என் குருநாதா என் குருநாதா அஞ்ஞான கடல் நீங்கி கணக்கு ஆத்ம ஞானம் அளிப்பாய் குருநாதா நித்யானந்தா ஆத்ம ஞானம் அளிப்பாய் கொண்டு கங்கை முடிக்கொண்டு நர்த்தனம் புரியும் ஈசனே சுடலை பொடி பூசி புடுக்கை தனையேந்தும் காலனே புடித்தோலனே விழிகால் உள்ள முறைகின்ற மதுரை மாநகரின் ராசனே இன்னல்களை கலைந்து இன்பங்களை அளிக்கும் சுந்தர வடமணி நேசனே ஞாயிறு திங்கள் நித்த முறைகின்ற செவ்விழி கொண்ட செல்வனே சொக்கனே எந்த சோமனே ஐயா சோதி வடிவான ரூபனே அடிமுடி காணா மலையே அகிலம் போற்றிடும் ஐயனே நாலாவரணனே நால்வர் போற்றிட நயமுடனாடிடும் நாதனே ஆழகாலம் உண்டு ஆழம் காடுதனில் ஆனந்த நடமிடும் ஆதி செய்வனே மங்கையிடம் கொண்டு கங்கை முடி கொண்டு நர்த்தனம் புரியும் ஈசனே சுடலை பொடி பூசி உடுகை கடையேது காலனே புலிதோலனே நீரின் விழிகால் உள்ள முறைகின்ற மதுரை மாநகரின் ராசனே இன்னல்களை கலைந்து இன்பங்களை அளிக்கும் சுந்தர வடமணி நேசனே மங்கையவளிடம் கொண்டு நீயாடி வாடியாக்கு இருவினைகள் தீர்த்தருளவே நித்யனே இடவத்தின் மேலேறிவா என்றென்றும் ஈசனை தானாடிட புவிதனில் சுந்தரனை நீயாடிவா தினமும் நீ விசும்பு தந்தருளவே நேசனே மலனே நீயாடிவா இமையோர்கள் இன்னலை கலந்திடும் தேவா தேவாதி தேவா சதா சிவா பாபா குருவாக வந்து திருவருள் புரிவாய் நித்யானந்தனே முக்தி தரவாவா பிறதியில் உரைகின்ற பிரமனே நீயாடிவா மண்ணாய் உரைபவனே அப்பாய் காட்சி தரும் எங்கள் ஆணை காவரசே ஆதியந்தமிழாத ஜோதியாய் அருணகிரி உரைநாதனே உலகை இயக்கிடும் வாயு வடிவே காலகத்தி ஈசனே தொழுதிடத்தில்லை நகர்தனி வானில் ஆடும் கூத்தனே பஞ்சபூதமும் நித்தம் பணியும் பரமனே பரமேசனே नित्यरचित नित्यवैभव गुप्त कैलैवासने ईशने सर्वेशने परमेशने जगदीशने नित्यने आनन्दने यन् जीवने गुरुदेवने नित्यने आनन्दने यन् जीवने गुरुदेवने नित्यने आनन्दने यन् जीवने
உளமெல்லாம் பூக்க துவக்க திருநாளில் நித்யனின் திவ்ய தரிசனம் கருணையாய் நித்யன் கையிலையில் தந்த நிகரில்லாத உயர் தரிசனம் உலகையே இங்கு கடவுளாய் மாற்ற கடவுளே தரும் தரிசனம் கவிதையாய் மாற வரிகளும் ஏங்கும் கரையில்லாத உயர் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம் ज्ञानपीठ महासंस्थान सिंहासन दर्शनम् दर्शनम् नित्यानन्द दर्शनम् ज्ञानपीठ महासंस्थान सिंहासन दर्शनम् दर्शनम् नित्यं दर्शनम् दर्शनम् दैव दर्शनम् दर्शनम् नित्यं दर्शनम् दर्शनम् दैव दर्शनम्
அரசாட்சி செய்யும் தரிசனம் ஞானத்தின் ரூபமாய் தெய்வத்திருக்கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம் ஆனந்த புரிதலில் நித்யன் அரசாட்சி செய்யும் தரிசனம் ஞானத்தின் ரூபமாய் தெய்வத்திருக்கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம் அன்பு வழிதனை அண்டம் முழுதிலும் நித்யனும் என்னும் நிலை பெற செய்யும் தரிசனம் இதுவோ பொங்கும் கடலென பக்த குழுமிட நித்யனின் தெய்வ தரிசனம் புண்ணிய தரிசனம் அல்லவோ அருள் வாழ்வின் பொருள் இந்த தரிசனம் அரைநாதன் முதல் நாளின் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் नित्यानन्द दर्शनम् ज्ञानपीठ महासंस्थान सिंहासन दर्शनम् பதம் நாடக்கூடும் தரிசனம் வளம் போங்க பூமியில் நித்யன் தவ கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம் வரம் வேண்டி பக்தரும் நித்யனின் பதம் நாடக்கூடும் தரிசனம் வளம் போங்க பூமியில் நித்யன் தவ கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம் மண்ணும் மகிழ்ந்திடும் விண்ணும் முறைந்திடும் ஆனந்தத்தின் எல்லை கடந்திடும் திவ்ய தரிசனம் எதுவோ பக்தர்களும் பொங்கும் எண்ணம் கடந்திட தியானம் தனி வையம் தனில் சொல்ல வந்த தரிசனம் அல்லவோ அருள் வாழ்வின் பொருள் இந்த தரிசனம் அரைநாதன் முதல் நாளின் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் नित्यानन्द दर्शनम् ज्ञानपीठ महासंस्थान सिंहासन दर्शनम् दर्शनम् कल्पतरु दर्शनम् ज्ञानपीठ पीठ महासंस्थान सिंहासन दर्शनम्
சரணம் நித்யானந்த சாமி நீங்க வரணும் வரணும் திரு வண்ணமல ஜோதியில தெரிஞ்ச தங்க
మత్స్య సంహారమూర్తి, విషపాహరణమూర్తి, కూర్మ సంహారమూర్తి, వరాహ సంహారమూర్తి. I bless you all with Paramadvaita. I initiate all of you into the Rasa Siddham process. Now, take the spindle mattu in your hand, visualize that is your spine and churn it slowly but intensely. I will churn your spine with cosmic kundalini. Connect you directly with Paramashiva. You will manifest Navaganda Yoga Samadhi as Shakti. Om. 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 All those who are attending intensely, sincerely, whole day sessions will manifest this power immediately today. If you want to manifest the powers, attend the whole day darshan session intensely, sincerely. Om. Om. Om.
எல்லாம் வரலாறு அவர் சிரிச்ச முகத்தை காண மக்க தவமா தவம் கிடக்கு உங்க மலர்ந்த முகத்தை பார்த்து மக்க மனசு நிறைஞ்சு போச்சு அப்பனுக்கு அப்பனப்பா இளமாண்ட சித்தனப்பா அன்னையும் தந்தையும் இல்லா பிள்ளைக்கு ஆதரவாய் நின்னரப்பா ஹரஹரமாக ஹரணோ
Hari Om. கருதும் எக்கணத்திலும் எம் கண்முன்னே நீயாடிவா அழகு திருநடமிடும் எங்கள் அம்மையப்பனே பழகு தமிழில் உனை பாடி நின்றோம் தூயவனே ஞானவனே நித்யானந்தனே தெய்வ திருநடமாடிவா தெய்வ திருநடமாடிவா
Sakshat Dandavat Pranams, we now offer the worship at the Divine Lotus feet of Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Somasundareshwara Swami, Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Meenakshi Devi, and the Utsava Vigraha of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. We will now offer our devotion and gratitude.
जीवन मुक्ति पुरीशाय श्रीकंठाय नमोस्तुते। नमो हालास्य नाथाय शंकराय नमो नमः। श्रीमत्सुन्दरनाथस्य देवीं शपरलोचनां कलये हृदये नित्यं कदम्बवनवासिनीम्। अथ धूपः। ॐ दशाङ्गं गुग्गुलो वेदं सुगन्धं च सुमनोहरम् आग्रेय सर्वदेवानां धूपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम्। श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति मीनाक्षम्बिका समेत श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव सोमसुन्दरेश्वर स्वामिने नमः। धूपमाघ्रापयामि। अथ दीपः। ॐ साज्यं त्रिवर्ति संयुक्तं वह्निना योजितं मया ग्रहाणमङ्गलं दीपं त्रैलोक्यतिमिरापहम्। श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति मीनाक्षम्बिका समेत श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव सोमसुन्दरेश्वर स्वामिने नमः। दीपं सन्दर्शयामि। अथ नैवेद्यम्। ॐ अमृते अमृताद्भवे अमृतवर्षिणि अमृतं श्रावय श्रावय स्वाहा। श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति मीनाक्षम्बिका समेत श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव सोमसुन्दरेश्वर स्वामिने नमः। अमृतं महानैवेद्यं निवेदयामि। निवेदनानन्तरमाचमनं समर्पयामि। नीराजनम्। ॐ तन्महेशाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ गणाम्बिकायै विद्महे महातपायै धीमहि तन्नो गौरी प्रचोदयात्। ॐ हंसाय विद्महे परमहंसाय धीमहि तन्नो हंस प्रचोदयात्। कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानीं सहितं नमामि। भवं भवानीं सहितं नमामि। भवं भवानीं सहितं नमामि। श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति मीनाक्षम्बिका समेत श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव सोमसुन्दरेश्वर स्वामिने नमः। कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि। रक्षान् धारयामि। षोणाद्रीशावताराय ज्योतिस्तम्भस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। तत्त्वज्ञानप्रदाताय नित्यानन्देश्वररूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रदाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। मूलप्रकृतिरूपाय परमशिवशक्तिस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। दण्डत्रिशूलहस्ताय कालकालस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। आदिपूज्याय देवाय सकृत्पूर्णत्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। सर्वाभयविनाशकाय शत्रुसंहाररूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। योगपट्टाभिषिक्ताय राजसन्न्यासधारिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। सार्वभौमैकमत्याय राजराजार्चिताय च श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् मङ्गलम् कल्पवृक्षाय मङ्गलम् ज्ञानदायिने परमशिवाय श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वराय मङ्गलम् मङ्गलम् श्रीविद्याम्बायै मङ्गलम् कामदायिन्यै नन्देश्वर्यै मङ्गलम् मङ्गलम् गुरुदेवाय मोक्षमूलाय मङ्गलम् परमाराय नित्यानन्दाय गुरवे मङ्गलम् त्वम् स्मृतमहम् धन्य मम प्राणमहेश्वर गङ्गाधर नामेति स्तोत्रस्थानम् ददाम्यहम् हरि ओम् तत्सत् सर्वम् भगवत् श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु ओम् नित्यानन्दम्
சொற்களோ கொண்டகிடர் போக்கிவிட முந்தம் சிரிப்பாய் சொன்ன சொற்களோ கொண்டகிடர் போக்கிவிட தக 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 தகவன ஆடிவா நித்யானந்தா குருநாதனே நீ ஆடிவா தக 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 தகவன ஆடிவா நித்யானந்தா இறை சக்தியே நீ ஆடிவா தக 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 தகவன ஆடிவா நித்யானந்தா குருநாதனே நீ ஆடிவா தக 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 தகவன ஆடிவா நித்யானந்தா இறை சக்தியே நீ ஆடிவா.
Juni Wang, my blessings. I'll remove all your karmas, shower you with devotion, bhakti, with wealth, health, third eye powers. I will make you enlightened. Junji Wang, I will make you enlightened. Tatast. Chen Ming Yu, I give you all the 4 boons. The Parandamini name is spelled properly. Listen. Your mission in the life is spread living enlightenment. Read that book again and again and spread living enlightenment book. I'll heal all your pains, patterns. I'll give you enlightened life. Tatast. Blessings for your father Chen Wen Sheng and your mother Chen Zhuhua. And my blessings for your son Xi Junlin. I give you all 5 boons. Shen Ming Yu. Tatastu Parandamini. Blessings. Nitya Nidruvi accepted your Pada Puja. I shower you with energy. You will have a completion and blissful relationship with your family, with your wife. I'll enter into your mind as Sharabeshwara. Clean everything. I will reside in you as Sharabeshwara and protect you. My blessings. I'll clear all your psychosomatic and physical problems. Blessings for your wife's 2 brothers and sister. I'll shower everything auspicious for you and your family. Om. Om. Om.
நித்யானந்தா நித்யானந்த தேவா.
மனம் கலங்கும் போது சோர்வடைந்து போது அருள் சக்தி என வந்து குருநாதா. மனம் கலங்கும் போது சோர்வடைந்து போது அருள் சக்தி என வந்து குருநாதா. மனம் தளர்ந்து போது நான் பயந்து போது பயம் தெளிய வைத்த எந்தன் குருநாதா. மனம் தளர்ந்து போது நான் பயந்து போது பயம் தெளிய வைத்த எந்தன் குருநாதா.
நித்யானந்தா நித்யானந்த தேவா. 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 பாடுவோமே பேரானந்தமுடனே. பாடுவோமே பேரானந்தமுடனே. சத்குரு பாதமல சுடுவோமே. சத்குரு பாதமல சுடுவோமே. பாடி பாடி கொண்டாடுவோமே. குருநாதா குருநாதா என்று பாடிடுவோம். நித்யானந்தா நித்யானந்தா என்று பாடிடுவோம். பாடுவோமே பேரானந்தமுடனே. பாடுவோமே பேரானந்தமுடனே. சத்குரு பாதமல சுடுவோமே. சத்குரு பாதமல சுடுவோமே. பாடி பாடி கொண்டாடுவோமே. குருநாதா குருநாதா என்று பாடிடுவோம். நித்யானந்தா நித்யானந்தா என்று பாடிடுவோம். 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 நித்யானந்தா நித்யானந்த தேவா. 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 நித்யானந்தா
பரமகிருபா நித்யானந்தா. தவ சரணம் ஜகத்குரு நித்யானந்தா. दर्शन दो परम कृपा नित्यानंदा.
సరి స పరి ప మరి మరి స సారి స సరి స పరి ప మరి మరి స रुद्राय ते नमः वीरभद्राय ते नमः नित्यानन्दाय ते नमः
परशिवपुत्र रत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वती स्तन्यपानलब्ध दिव्यज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागमसारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीचिह्न काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धान्त स्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराज पाण्ड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महान्धकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम् अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तरद्विशततमगुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरियोगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत काञ्ची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमङ्गल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परम्परागत आदिकैलास नित्यानन्दपीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठकर्तः साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परम्परागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चन्द्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचन्द्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ति परम्परागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मण्डित चतुष्षष्टि सम्प्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुराङ्गि साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणिपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामण्डलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरो श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानन्द प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव श्री ज्ञान सम्बन्ध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञान वितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय।
After this most auspicious and beautiful darshan of Simhagna Murti, actually every single day.
And please stay tuned. This session is too important because right after the darshan, sitting for power manifestation will directly take all the seeds that you received during the darshan to go deeper inside you and to start sprouting. So the post-darshan power manifestation is extremely important. So make sure that you are here sitting, ready to receive the darshan, ready to manifest the darshan we just received and
right
the
after
initiation we just received.
Yes.
And yes, of course, right after this segment, we have a very, very special segment to share with all of you a very important news of what's happening right now in Kailasa. We have the team that's on ground and going to be giving all of us a live update of something very, very important that's happening. So please stay tuned. That segment will be right after this manifestation. And to all the participants who are attending just the darshan, we just wanted to let all of you know to start manifesting powers directly from the initiations that you're receiving from the darshan. It's highly recommended for you to attend the entire day's program, which will help you to manifest the initiations as power.
After this powerful darshan of Paramashiva, we'll all be manifesting the power of materialization. And today we've all been blessed with this power, right? And every one of you that are sitting here, right after this Rasa Siddham process, your Kundalini has literally been churned, awakened intensely to connect with Paramashiva. Just sit in this space. You don't need to do anything. Just mechanically connect to Swamiji. Don't even expect, oh, I should materialize it right now. Just let your frequency raise. You're already in the highest frequency by connecting to Swamiji. Just sit back and enjoy in that highest frequency. You will just manifest it as power. And please stay tuned. Right after this power manifestation, we are going to be entering into a very, very important segment. So please be tuned in with us.
It's a very important live update directly from Kailasa to all of you. It's a very important thing. You can take it as a news update that you're going to be getting of what's happening in Kailasa. So be here, stay tuned, and let's finish the power manifestation. I'm seeing so many messages of gratitude and love for the amazing darshan we all just had flooding in all the chats. Just sit with that same space. You would start manifesting it as the power of materialization, as the power of levitation.
Now just sit, clasp your hands together, close your eyes, connect to Swamiji. Just sit. Don't do anything else. Just sit, connect to Swamiji. Results, let Swamiji give. You just take care of connecting to Swamiji, tuning yourself to that frequency. Let's all start. Please chant the Mahavak
Nithyanandam. Hope all of you have done the manifestation. Yes. Sampataya Nithyanandam, nice to have you here. James Makhail Nithyanandam and Sri Nitya Guru Prasadini. Prakash Venugopalaya Nithyanandam. Did all of you also sit into the power manifestation? Very nice. Now, we're going to enter into a very, very important segment. As I had mentioned earlier, this segment that we are going to be entering into, it's about what's right now happening, right? We all had experienced such an amazing gift of the darshan. How was the darshan? Did you all enjoy the darshan? How was the darshan for everyone? Okay, see, big thumbs up, white smiles. Okay, great, amazing, wonderful. Every bit we are experiencing, whether it's the initiation, the amazing, profound knowledge, or the yoga, everything that we are experiencing, all of these are gifts of what? Yes, gifts from Swamiji. But from what? What is Swamiji reviving? Hinduism, right? Actually, Hinduism is the only civilization that has been surviving, alive, the most ancient civilization and the most advanced civilization. We have been seeing various presentations and we've presented to you about the amazing contributions of Hinduism, what Hinduism has offered to the world.
And do you all know why Hinduism is called Sanatana Hindu Dharma? Any guesses? Why is Hinduism called Sanatana Hindu Dharma? You all can post in the chat. Why do you think Hinduism is called Sanatana Hindu Dharma? Yes, that's right. Hinduism is called Sanatana Hindu Dharma because Sanatana means eternal.
Ravi Prakashaya has posted always existing.
Always existing, right. Sanatana means eternal. The testimony for this eternal civilization that is standing is every pillar of every single temple that is standing tall, singing the glory of our ancestors, their sacrifices. Each and every temple that stands tall today, the advanced civilization, whether the world's oldest dam, we built it. Who invented plastic surgery? We Hindus. Who built the whole, the most advanced city structure? We built it. Who contributed the number 0 to mathematics? We did.
And see, for the numerous earthquakes that the world has faced so far, even for the tsunamis, but till now the tallest granite structure in the world, standing tall in Brihadishwara temple, even to this day, without casting a shadow to the ground. And the Tiruchendur temple, which is there in the seashore, is standing despite of the most horrendous tsunamis that the areas around it has faced, but it has not faced even a single damage. So our ancestors, who were such advanced architects, scientists, mathematicians, astronauts, and everything best, great has come from Hinduism. And each one of you sitting here are a witness to it, that even to this day, it is Hindus who are almost like literally in most of the top positions. Take all the top CEOs, take whether it's IBM, Channel, or even Facebook, because even Mark Zuckerberg is a Hindu. Like you take anything, Google, Sundar Pichai, Mr. Sundar Pichai, like everything you see, every top thing is a Hindu. We are 2 billion in number. But how many of us are even having the strength of being a real Hindu? And not just that, how many of us, even if you had grown up in countries that have Hindus as majority factually, are even aware that it was Hindus, the Hindu ancestors, who gave us this amazing great gift?
And each time we all hear about it, I'm sure at least once each of you would have had a question crossing in your head. If our civilization was so great, if we were all so advanced, if these temples are singing our glory so loud and clear, then where are all these sciences gone? Why are we not having access to it so easily? And how can this Sanatana Hindu Dharma be in a place where today me or you, common men like me or you, do not have access to it? Do you know the reason why? 5,000 years of brutal persecution. They kept hitting us, hitting us, hitting us to an extent that we are not able to stand back till now. The Hindu Holocaust, the most brutal of all. 5,000 years of relentless persecution, yet untold. They usurped our kingdoms. We bravely fought them back. They destroyed our temples, and we were able to build them back. They destroyed our universities. To a large extent, we were able to revive them back. They destroyed our sciences. We were able to revive them back. They destroyed our scriptures. To a large extent, we are able to start getting them back.
Because we had one thing, the backbone, which held all these things together. Everything, whether it's temple or the universities, the education, everything was held by one backbone. Any guesses? What's that backbone? It is Guru Sishya Parampara.
And that is why when they attacked the Guru Shishya Parampara, when they attacked our very backbone, that was a blow that we are still not able to recover from. Let me just take you all through a very quick statistics. 23rd December 1926, exactly 97 years before from now, 70-year-old Swami Shraddhananda was assassinated by a militant missionary. 17th November 1966, during an anti-cow slaughter rally, 5,000 Hindu sadhus were killed in a police action. The official numbers reported range is just 8 to 375. 15th February 1973, falsely accused and arrested was leader of Ananda Marg, Shri P.R. Sarkar. He was poisoned in prison, and after recovering, he went on a fast seeking justice. For the next 5 years, 4 months, 2 days, until 2nd of August 1978, he fasted for justice. Do you know what happened to his disciples? On the 30th of April 1982, 16 male and 1 female Hindu sannyasis of Ananda Marg were pulled out of a cab and burnt alive near a bridge in broad daylight. These were the disciples of the very master who fasted for justice. 23rd August 2008. Lakshmanananda Saraswati, Swami Lakshmanananda Saraswati, and 4 of his disciples were murdered in the state of Odisha in India. He was a highly revered spiritual leader who lived a life dedicated to the welfare of the forest dwellers, the Vanvasis of Kandhamal. And the visuals may be a little graphic. Please bear with us, but we want to show you all the facts, the reality. Next. On 21st of February 2011, Swami Premananda was killed in the Kadalur Central Prison, an enlightened master. On 1st of September 2013, Swami Asaram Bapu was arrested on false charges, and he is still struggling in jail. On 19th of November 2014, 6 disciples of Sant Rampal were killed, and he was arrested, sentenced to life imprisonment. 21st February 2016. This is in Panchagar district. This is in 2016. A Hindu priest was beheaded by Hindu music terrorists.
I'm really sorry. I know these are really graphic. The viewer discretion is advised, but we are just presenting to you. I know it's really disturbing, but unfortunately, this is the case. And we are just presenting to you the facts as it is, as much as possible.
The list still continues. On the 22nd of September 2015, Swami Avimukteshwarananda was dragged on the street and beaten while he was performing his religious rites in the sacred river Ganga. On 26th of August 2017, 30 disciples of Ram Rahim were killed in the broad daylight. 27th September 2018, Palhari Baba received the jail term till death on false allegations of rape. He was a great yogi who lived only on fruits, and hence his name was Phal Ahari, Palhari Baba. 21st Jan 2019, Hindu sadhu mob lynched, and the lynching was justified, claiming he is a Hindu beggar sadhu. 30th August 2019, Swami Tattva Bodhananda, a disciple of Swami Dayananda Saraswati, a renowned guru and Vedanta Adhikari, was brutally sickled to death by mob lynchers in Puducherry, India. 16th April 2020, two sadhus and their driver were mob lynched in broad daylight and brutally murdered. This video was circulated online, and yet to this day, no justice has been served. 20th September 2021, the head of Akhada Parishad, apex organization of 10 million Hindu monks, the largest, Shri 108 Mahant Narendra Giriji Maharaj, was assassinated. The murder was shown falsely portrayed as suicide by Hindu music terrorists. Justice not served. Thousands assassinated. Relentless persecution on gurus to this day still continues.
Understand, we showed you the date, we showed you every fact, and this is a very small list. Even as recent as 3 days before, one more sadhu was murdered in broad daylight in the state of Rajasthan, India. This continues to happen. And what we are presenting to you, all of these were the assassination attempts in which the Hindu music forces were successful in. But just because of all of these, this is the only reason why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, our beloved Swamiji, decided to revive the only nation for Hindus where Hindus can get protection, because really Hindus are in danger. The Hindu lives are in danger, especially the Hindu Guru's lives are in grave danger.
We may all wonder, why is Swamiji being attacked continuously? Understand, it is not only Swamiji. Every Hindu gurus are being attacked and killed. But Swamiji is the most loudest, unapologetic voice, standing up, bringing all these persecution to light, which is why the degree of attack is even more.
And why are we talking about this right now? And I also mentioned earlier saying that we have news to share with all of you. It's very painful as I'm sharing this to all of you. It's almost more than a decade, over 13 plus years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa have been a target for the anti-Hindu element and have been a target and getting attacked. We have been sharing about this. Very recently, when I say recently, I mean day before yesterday, or day before yesterday, another shocking incident, another horrific incident has happened in one of our Kailasas, a kshetra, Kailasa Trishulam, where Swamiji manifested through his Divya Sharira and graced and showered all of us. In that kshetra, a sacred space, a huge attack was launched. And today, we are going to be sharing about this horrifying news with all of you. And for this, we have the team that is there on ground, who is a first-hand witness to these attacks happening on ground, here with us today, who will be joining with us in this segment and sharing with us the details of what has happened.
Today, we will be listening to the story, to the plight of the Hindu sannyasi, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji's sannyasi, Manithya Bhaktikananda, who stands as a representation of the entire Hindu community who is facing the persecution at the hands of the Hindu music forces. Her selfless act of donating her personal property to revive Hinduism to Swamiji and Kailasa, how that has been used as a weapon by the Hindu music elements to wage a war against Kailasa. Today, we will be looking into all the details of how this war is being waged by these Hindu music elements, taking this act of devotion, of donating a land to Swamiji and Kailasa. Manithya Bhaktikananda Swami is a sannyasi of Kailasa for the last 20 years. She graduated as an engineer, and then she was looking into the businesses of her family. After which, in 2003, she met our Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, and she decided to dedicate her life as a sannyasi, completely inspired by the inspiration and the joy that Swamiji radiated in reviving the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. She has been serving Kailasa for the last 20 years, and her act of donating her personal family property for reviving Hinduism, how that is being used as a weapon by these Hindu music forces. That's what we will be looking into today.
Nithyanandam. Pranapriyananda. So, if I have to take the viewers, just a little bit of background about how Kailasa and Trishulam, which came under heavy attack a couple of days ago, how this property was placed at the holy feet of Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Basically, my pre-monastic family is from the royal lineage, the Natukota Nagaratar community of South India. This community is a very affluent community, and it dedicates most of its earnings to serve Paramashiva and establish and serve all the Paramashiva temples worldwide. And my family and myself got connected, had our first darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in 2003, 20 years ago. And my paternal grandmother, Annapurniyachi, she comes from the world-renowned global business empire and family, the A.M.M. Murugappa Group. She's a daughter of the founder of the business empire. She has grown up. She's a very pious and a very devout person, and she personally had very many deep spiritual experiences. And she realized in her heart that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the incarnation of Paramashiva. Our whole family got very deeply connected to Swamiji. And since then, for 3 generations, we have been living as Kailasavasis in Adi Kailasa, Bengaluru. You can see photographs of Annapurniyachi, who's standing beside Bhagavan. In the year 2007, my grandmother Annapurniyachi, during the auspicious Guru Purnima celebrations, went up to have darshan of Swamiji, and at that time, she expressed her deep wish to him, saying that she wishes to place this property of Trishulam at his sacred feet. And she would like to see a temple being established in worship of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as Paramashiva. And she also, along with it, expressed another deep personal desire and requested that when she leaves her body, whenever it may happen, she requested Swamiji that his physical presence be there, that he be there physically to liberate her. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in all his compassion, responded to her devotion and dedication and accepted both of her requests, blessed both of her requests. And he said he will ensure that it is fulfilled, that both of her requests are fulfilled. This happened in 2007. And after that, Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, started taking steps for the word that he gave to that one devotee. He started doing all the groundwork to establish Kailasa and Trishulam. Meanwhile, around the year of 2010, as all of us know, one of the largest attacks on the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the properties of Kailasa happened. We have with us also on the panel today, Ma Nitya Achalananda Swami, who will be joining us now, who will be briefing us on what happened between 2007 and 2010 when the largest attack happened.
Nithyanandam, I'm
Thank you, Ma Bhaktika Swami, for introducing that. Many of you may be wondering, what is this all about, right? Why are we sharing this? And I'm also seeing many of you post a lot of questions. We will be answering each of your questions. So don't worry, whenever you have questions, feel free to ask. But yes, it is very touching to see so many of you putting that you're shocked and you're all asking, what can you do to protect gurus or stop this violence? And Ma Goexial is asked, what can I do to stop this, to protect gurus and to stop this violence? And also Ma Sri Lakshmi Kottapalli has asked, what can we do for us to take, for us to stop all this violence happening against gurus? And Ma Tatiana Hughes has posted, thank you so much, Ma, for bringing this up. It is very important. And Elizabeth Silva is saying, I still cannot understand how these attacks on sannyasis and gurus and Swamiji could happen. I believe they would be protected by Paramashiva because these divine beings have mission to enrich the world for enlightenment. If everyone is killed like that, what will it be? The planet Earth? Who will illuminate other beings? Please understand, every single person, Malita Seg, I read your question as well. Every single person who has this question, there are 2 things. One, every single one of us that are seeing this, that are listening to this. We are all responsible for this. We are all responsible for this. Swamiji tells it is not just the active violence of the anti-Hindu elements, but it is the silence and inaction of the Hindus, the criminal negligence of the Hindus, which lets these attacks happen time and again. 97 years in the broad daylight, one after the other, one after the other. But how many of you here even knew the deaths of these sadhus? We all commonly think that it is just Swamiji's, the attacks on Swamiji, and we just isolate and think, oh, maybe, why only one guru is getting attacked? Why only one or two gurus are getting attacked? But what is happening? In front of our eyes, one after the other, systematically, each guru who stands up for Hinduism is being persecuted. What can me or you, each of us do is, to say the least, stand up to take responsibility to stop this.
Actually, I just wanted to give you all a brief. Actually, the person who just came and shared with us, Ma Nitya Bhakti Kananda, she is from the royal lineage. Her lineage, entire lineage, has been an ardent devotee of Paramashiva. The whole community is known for it. Their devotion, their staunch connection, feeling connection with Paramashiva. And that is why actually the moment their family met with Paramashiva, has come in the form of Swamiji, her grandmother, who is known as Annapurni Achi, was deeply connected to Swamiji, immediately started experiencing that Swamiji is Paramashiva. And actually, I'm showing you all a picture. You all can see here. This is a photograph of Annapurni Achi, here, right here, who is offering the offering of a land to Swamiji, and which is actually going to be known as Kailasa Trishulam. Out of immense devotion, she just asked Swamiji one thing. Swamiji, I know you are Paramashiva, and therefore, from my deep, heartfelt gratitude and devotion, I offer this to you. I just have one request to you, Swamiji. I want a temple for Paramashiva to be built. I want you as my own Paramashiva here, residing in this temple and gracing the world. Swamiji also lovingly, very compassionately accepted to that, and Swamiji said, all right, I'll take care. And she just had this one thing as her desire, and she offered this to Swamiji's feet, and she requested Swamiji, actually you all can see here, this is the picture of Annapurni Achi talking to Swamiji and requesting Swamiji, please take this as yours, and this should my only desire is to give this to you, and I know you are, because actually she made a statement. She said that I know only you can do it, and I know if I give it to you, you'll definitely make it happen, and therefore I want to offer this to you out of my gratitude and my devotion. And this was in the year 2007. He offered this to Swamiji, and Swamiji at that point gave her that commitment saying, don't worry, I'll take care, I'll do it. To this day, actually, as I mentioned earlier, recently there has been a big attack. That's what we're going to share with all of you about. But to this day, for that one commitment that Swamiji had given to his devotee, to one devotee, one darshan, that one commitment he gave, to this day, he has not deterred from that. And the story that we are going to share with you is going to be about that.
Many of you posted questions, two of you, Elizabeth Silva, Ma Leeta Sege. If Paramashiva and these enlightened beings, why is Paramashiva not protecting these gurus who are getting attacked, or the enlightened masters, or for that matter, our Paramashiva, Swamiji himself? the next part of this segment is going to be an answer to that. Every one of you that are asking, why is this happening? You will understand exactly why it is happening. We will tell you all why exactly are the gurus being persecuted, especially Swamiji, who stood up for Hinduism. If you just see, from the very moment that Swamiji was born, Swamiji has only been contributing. And we will now show you all to what extent Swamiji goes to fulfill just his one commitment to one of his disciples. And in the next segment, we will have joining with us Ma Nityachalananda Swami and Ma Bhaktika Swami, who are going to be taking us through to make us understand how these gurus are targeted and why they are persecuted, and how the same happened to Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Ma Bhaktika was sharing about her own Purvashram pre-monastic grandmother donating this piece of land as a mark of her gratitude and devotion to Bhagavan. Like that, millions of devotees worldwide and across India have donated from over 2 decades. The rising popularity of Bhagavan as a very powerful, influential Hindu guru, as a supreme pontiff of Hinduism, getting all the traditions and unique sects of Hinduism together, but retaining their beautiful uniqueness, is reflected in many, many events across Bhagavan's life. One of them being just around the same time frame of 2006, called the Kodikan Ratha Yatra. Literally the word Kodikan meaning a crore, 10 million eyes. The divine deities of Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti, made by the very hands of Bhagavan, right from the foundation stone, the first cutting of that stone, the cast supervised directly by Bhagavan, and the divine deities, which are the presiding deities today in Adi Kailasa, they have blessed the whole of humanity. Literally, they are gracing. And way back then in 2006, 1 million, 10 million, 1 crore eyes having the divine darshan of Bhagavan. And the Achala Murtis of Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti. This divine happening, the Ratha Yatra, which lasted just about a few months, but it was able to transform the lives of millions. Millions of people, literally lakhs of people, converted their lifestyle to their Hinduism lifestyle and adopted the Hindu dharma, the Hindu religion. The free meditation programs that were offered, the free yoga programs, free spiritual counseling, the free medical camps, the free food, the annadan, and the free rituals, people partaking in these rituals, everything was such an eye-opener, but as a grassroots movement. Such movements, continuously, the grassroots work done by Bhagavan actually triggered and caught the attention of the Hindu music elements, whose aim was to ensure that Hinduism does not flourish, does not get revived. Directly, Bhagavan reviving Kailasa was against their very core of their interests. Like this, the people, that not only the devotees and the followers, but the people at large, realizing that life is a lot more. Bhagavan's teachings entering them, permeating them into their very core, their very being, transforming the lives, making leaders. Such was the powerful effect of Bhagavan's mission, right down to the very villages, the heart of India. This is what led, unfortunately, on the other hand, to the persecution, the genocide, the cultural genocide, which is what a number of the viewers were just asking as to why. One of the reasons of the why is rooted in this. You can see here, it was the beauty of this whole movement is it's just spread by word of mouth, no marketing, no spend on trying to popularize something. It is just by sheer word of mouth, the power of the teachings, the power of the experience carried in the hearts of the people and leading to this massive revolution, literally, in living.
Yes, and it was exactly during this period that the scores of the followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, touched by the profoundness of the teachings, his initiations, and realizing that the very incarnation of Paramashiva has landed, started offering to the mission of Kailasa prime properties from around the globe. And this Kailasa in Trishulam is one such prime property because of its very strategic location in the city of Chennai in South India, near the airport. And it was, it came under the eyes of many forces at that time, but Annapurniyachi decided to place it at the feet of Paramashiva. And what happened in 2010 was, while Bhagavan started taking the steps for fulfilling the wishes of this one devotee, he also started receiving life threats and blackmail from media barons and Hindu Masic forces, because this property, which from the heart of a devotee was placed at the feet of Paramashiva, became the target of these Hindu Masic forces who wanted to grab it for their own activities. The response from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was very simple and profoundly spiritual. He was clear. He said, it is between Paramashiva and the devotee, and I am no one to interfere between one devotee's devotion to Paramashiva. What for? She placed it at his feet. I am here to fulfill it. She trusted me, and I have given my word to her. If she is willing to change her wish, then so be it. If not, then I just have to fulfill her wish for it. But Annapurniyachi was very clear. When she was informed of the gravity of the situation, she was still very clear about what she wanted to do with it and what for she meant the property. And therefore, in 2010, when these Hindu Masic forces came to know that the property was not going to be theirs and the temple was going to be established, it triggered one of the greatest attacks till date on the life of the SPH and the mission of Kailasa. Acharyananda Swami will now present the events that unfolded in 2010.
Bhaktikama, actually, just wanted to ask you a few things before we go to the further thing. Because as I know, many participants also have a question. So you had shared with us saying that how Annapurniyachi had offered this land to Swamiji, and her only thing was to build a Paramashiva temple of Swamiji there. And Swamiji also said yes, and he already started the activities for it. We all saw so beautifully the Kodikan Ratha Yatra had started, basically putting the seeds. See, temple is not just a building, it's an enlightenment ecosystem. So Swamiji started all the work that are needed to fulfill that one devotee's desire. And and Swamiji was just in his young age, like in his youth. And Swamiji already started going like how Nityachalananda Swami had beautifully shown us the pictures of the Kodikan Ratha Yatra. Literally, Kodikan Ratha Yatra means where millions of eyes get to behold the darshan of Paramashiva's deity. And then you mentioned a very important thing, that at that time, the Hindu music elements had from the thing to grab the land, to take over. They had wanted to grab the very property that Annapurniyachi, your grandmother, had offered it to Swamiji. And when they went and asked, first when they tried to approach Swamiji's response, like as you said, I just wanted to highlight it once again. Swamiji's response to it was, it is between the devotee and Paramashiva. You can go and ask the devotee, but from my side, I will not deter from my commitment to that disciple. Because see, actually one very important point you were mentioning about being a prime property, but we all know for Swamiji, it's not like anything to do with that location or anything like that. It's not to do with any offering or a particular, because none of the reasonings matter. But for him, it was the commitment that he gave to your grandmother. And he said, if she wants, you can take it right away. If she wants to give it to your project, if you are able to convince her and she wants to give to you, take it right away. But from my side, I will not deter from that commitment. And when the Hindu music gang, a political clout, approached your grandmother, what was her response to it? Could you please elaborate on that?
It's actually a very beautiful question, Ma, because here is where the people are going to understand the dynamics of Hinduism and the dynamics of the Guru Shishya Parampara and how it functions, and the relationship and the trust between the Guru and the disciple. So when Annapurniyachi was approached, she, on the one side, she did understand that it would mean the life of the SPH, because she was a worldly person and she knows to the extent to which the Hindu music forces would go, and she knows that they're very powerful, and she knows it would mean costing the life of the SPH. That is on one side. But on the other side, the beauty of it was, in spite of knowing that, she very clearly said, I have placed it at the feet of Paramashiva and I will not take it back. And I trust that Bhagavan, Swamiji, will make it happen, whatever may be the forces on the other side. So
wow,
on that trust, I am standing my ground, and it will happen, and I know it. That was her response.
Thank you so much, Ma. So now when they did not get what they wanted, they didn't get what they tried getting, what happened further? What exactly started happening? Did they say, okay, fine, and leave it? Or did it develop into something else?
Right. So what happened was, there was continuous blackmailing from their side to the SPH, Swamiji. And finally, on 2nd of March 2010, the world witnessed one of the largest attacks, like I mentioned before, on the SPH. The whole thing being centered and triggered by this property of Trishulam that we're talking about, when they understood that their blackmailing was not working, and all their efforts in various ways to grab the property was not working, they launched the attack on 2nd of March 2010. Ma Achalananda Swami will now present to us the gory events that unfolded from 2nd of March onwards.
What Ma Nitya Bhaktikananda had shared is the land grab had started as a land grabbing, eventually led into something so brutal, which you could never even imagine. A cascade of events that literally led into the assassination attempt of our Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. After this land grabbing attempt, the Hindu music elements, they orchestrated a morphed video. They spread this disinformation in the form of morphed video, relaying it in all forms of media, print media, electronic media, in every single platform for more than 14,000 hours, defaming, character assassinating Swamiji. By this programmed confusion, by this repeated telecast of this disinformation over and over and over again, millions of followers, millions of Hindus were so confused. Even though they wanted to support, they wanted to show their moral support to Swamiji and this. They were not able to do it because literally Swamiji was isolated from the entire humanity by this disinformation. It is a clearly orchestrated campaign by these Hindu music elements, fearing the rise of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his dedicated efforts to revive the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So they orchestrated this complete campaign to defame Swamiji, to spread the disinformation on Swamiji, and isolated him. Literally, they isolated him from this society. And after isolating him, they actually went after Swamiji for 3,000 kilometers, literally, to kill him. They went behind Swamiji for 3,000 kilometers. They chased him from one monastery to another, having the entire media lined up to telecast the live assassination attempt on all the television channels in a way that people can literally be afraid to associate themselves with Kailasa and Swamiji. At first, they started in the Tiruvannamalai Adinam. Before even this morphed video came out, all the media, everybody was lined up in the Tiruvannamalai Adinam. And then they were attempting to assassinate Swamiji there. And when they could not find Swamiji, they literally break every single thing that they see in the monastery. And they telecast the whole thing in the media. So the media, when people see the media channels, they get really afraid. And then they chase Swamiji to Bidadi, the Adi Kailasa, in his own quarters, in his own living quarters. When Swamiji was in his own living quarters, he was burnt. The quarters was burnt. And the whole scene was telecasted in television. Police were standing. Everybody was just watching. Literally Swamiji getting burnt. And he had to escape from the other door and save his life. And literally from there on, he was chased for 3,000 kilometers by these Hindu music elements. They orchestrated this entire psychosis in the media channels in a way that they completely isolated Swamiji from the society. And even if somebody wants to stand up and support, they were literally terrified. People were terrified. Hindus were terrified on what is happening to their guru.
What unfolded was actually the unraveling of a very, very sinister conspiracy. We all know during World War II, after World War II, human rights violations, open war, all these were condemned by all nations, by all peoples. It was not easy to assassinate someone. So that brought forth this sophisticated 8-layer conspiracy to genocide and cultural genocide of this minority community called Adi Shaivites, which in normal English could be translated to say aboriginal, indigenous, agricultural tribes, which is what the Adi Shaivites, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, amongst the many, many traditions of Hinduism that he leads. 8-layer genocide. To just give you an idea of what these steps could be, what these 8 layers are. As you can see, something as shocking as burning the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism alive in his very own quarters, which is after all a simple thatched roof hut. It's not some palace. He used to live in this quarters in a thatched hut with his sannyasis. In broad daylight, you could see that being flashed openly in television. How could such a barbaric act be even tolerated or even thought of, even imagined in the so-called 21st century? You may wonder. That is exactly what this 8-layer conspiracy, this 8-layer genocide model was all about. First, what they did is a heavy slew of disinformation, absolutely false, blatant lies. Blatant lies being spoken about. There was a false video, a morphed video created of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, completely maligning him, defaming him. Around that video, a whole slew of lies about his character, a huge character assassination done, not for a few hours, but not for a few days, for a few weeks, but for a few years. Literally, if you combine the whole defamation that was done against Bhagavan, it will total to a lot more than 17,000 hours, more than 25,000 pages of articles, flooding the internet. Literally, the internet got jammed, is what the media reports say. Such was a massive disinformation that was spread. We need to understand the psychology. The minute you spread this whole lies, then something as gross as burning the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism alive in his very own quarters is being flashed in television, but people are not even able to see the shock element in it or the utter inhumanity in it. This is what was done continuously from 2010 over the years, over a decade. This is what is called the 8-layer genocide. 2010, this happened continuously. The disinformation spread with a whole lot of false allegations. First was his morph video, then it came, there are a lot of other illegalities happening in the monastery complex. Like this, the whole build-up that is given with no venue for the truth to be spoken out. This led to the most dreaded, what any disciple, any devotee would shudder to even think of. The illegal arrest of Bhagavan and the body of Paramashiva being subjected to such inhuman torture. It led further. All these lies, the disinformation laid the foundation for what is called lawfare. False case, utterly false case. A false case of rape was alleged against Bhagavan, where the complaint had no mention of the word rape, no victim of rape, no incident, nothing at all. But just because of the huge media character assassination, everything was justified. The huge hate propaganda that was spread in the media justified the illegal arrest, the false case. But the justice is spoken in volumes by the simple fact that this very same false case was tried to be framed against Bhagavan in the US, because a rape accuser happens to be a US citizen. The United States courts just dismissed the whole false case over a decade back. And not only did they dismiss, they put a penalty of $500,000 against the false rape accuser, because the motive of the complaint was completely malicious, to destroy Bhagavan's mission, to destroy Kailasa, to destroy his life, to put him behind bars for the rest of his life. And the US courts went on to order that the medical records of this false rape accuser be sent to the courts in India, where also the false rape case was framed, because the medical records were so obvious. Can you imagine a rape accuser claiming to have been raped more than 100 times, but her medical records, as per the court summoned medical records, show that she is the carrier of 4, not 1, 4 highly contagious, incurable STDs, sexually transmitted diseases, which do not even need a physical contact relation to spread, but they spread just by the touch of the fluid, like a saliva or a body fluid, the fluid in the blisters. And she claims that she was raped more than 100 times. This is what the court said. This is absolutely malicious complaint. The Indian courts, the Indian police went on to order a medical test on Bhagavan, where clearly the medical test showed neither he has any STD nor did he ever have any. And on top of that, the medical records clearly prove Bhagavan's yogic body, where he does not even have the inclination of a normal human being towards any kind of a physical relationship. This whole thing, this whole lawfare, giving the foundation for the continued persecution and the genocide, justifying the assaults against the disciples, the followers of Bhagavan, sexual assaults against the female followers, child abuse on the children followers, destruction of the Gurukul or the traditional education system.
Actually, this is, it's too painful to even hear it. And especially, I know you have summarized the whole thing, but it's really painful for me to hear it, to hear the whole thing. The whole attack, what was that one ask that they had? The group, the anti-Hindu element, when they're targeting, they're attacking Swamiji, I just can't see those visuals. It's too painful for me to even see what Swamiji had faced or what Swamiji had been through. You shared that how it all started with, it started as a trigger with that one commitment that Swamiji had given to one of his devotees, saying, don't worry, I'll make a temple for Paramashiva there. And then Swamiji had started the work, and when this group tried to land grab, encroach upon that property, and Swamiji said, no, I will not deter from that commitment that I had given. And they tried blackmailing Swamiji to stop the revival of Hinduism there, especially over there. You had been the first-hand experiencer, like you were there throughout this whole time, right? Achala Swami, at that time, was there even any one point where, like, did Swamiji ever say, okay, if you are going to not attack me anymore, then I will not continue my Hinduism revival? Or anywhere, did Swamiji even once come to even a compensation mode or a negotiation mode? Especially given the torture that Swamiji was facing.
There are no words really to describe the response of Bhagavan. In the face of this, you saw the visuals of the quarters of Bhagavan being burnt, where he is locked inside alive. That was only one of the over 70 assassination attempts that were made on Bhagavan. Yes, you heard it right. It's over 70. Even top leaders, political leaders, maximum you could have heard is 2, 3, 4, but here it's 70. And gross, it's really painful what you saw about the quarters. Another very similar, unimaginable one. you could see in the visuals that you see, illegally arrested, and even if you're illegally arrested, being put behind bars on plain, not just plain ground, it is wet ground and just a thin toilet paper, which is also wet. All the monasteries of Kailasa, as you can see here, being destroyed. Not only destroyed, being telecasted. This whole destruction is being telecasted on television as if it is the annihilation of some terrorist organization. You can imagine the sheer the contrast between what we are and how we are presented. Just that one power of the media to spread disinformation and hate propaganda goes to such an extent where you can see just the sheer hard work, the sacrifice, the blood and sweat of Bhagavan being literally brought down to ruins, burnt, destroyed. His very life under threat. Continuously assassination attempts being made on him and his followers. Even something, as you can see here, like a medical test for which he is ordered to go to by the court. And you can see that no way a medical test can happen where the pain is so enormous. All of us know Bhagwan's yogic body, he is beyond pain, beyond suffering. But that physical body being subjected to such torture, where you can see the pain visibly on his face, the way the body, the divine body, the Divya Sharira of Bhagwan being tortured literally, and the whole media making a negative, you cannot even see it. Such is the persecution where the media is even actually showing this and people are watching it because of that sole one reason of it being projected as if some wrongs have been done. This disinformation is the cause of this whole persecution, of this whole genocide, which is still continuing. It needs the right voice to be taken to the world where the tapas, the sacrifice, the dedication, the integrity of Bhagwan, like how we saw in this case of that one devotee whose one prayer, one boon that she requested of the usage of her land, for defending that, going to such an extent of sacrifice, where literally his own life is being threatened, assassination attempts are being done, his whole hard work over decades just being destroyed, his Divya Sharira being subjected to such inhuman, unthinkable torture. You can imagine, would he have even dreamt? Can we even dream of Bhagwan giving any response? Anything other than, I stand by the word, by the promise that I have given you? The answer is self-evident to what you asked. And this continues till today, like you said, over the past 2-3 days, what's happening? Over the past few months, that's happening. For that one piece of land, which is of course sacred to us because Bhagwan gave his Divya Sharira Darshan there, where he was physically sitting in Adi Kailasa, but his divine form literally seen by the naked two eyes, by all the people gathered over there in this sacred land of Trishulam.
Yes. So as Ma Achara Swami was presenting, the extent of attacks on the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In parallel, what was also happening for Kailasa and Trishulam was, in 2013, Bhagavan fulfilled the second word that he had given to Annapurniyachi, which is liberating her, being present physically when the time comes. In 2013, he delivered the everyday morning satsang live to the global audience and traveled from Bangalore to Chennai, 500 kilometers on road, went to the house of Annapurniyachi, my pre-monastic home. I had the fortune of accompanying Bhagavan on that most spiritual, most mystical trip ever. And he landed there at 3 a.m. and he stayed there for an hour. And we saw live the process of liberating her soul. He liberated her, fulfilled his second word to her in 2013. And after that, Bhagavan moved to the next level of activities, expansion in Kailasa and Trishulam. Many more sannyasis went over to Kailasa and Trishulam, and the social spiritual services continued there. The temple started being established, the annadan, the free food being offered, meditation programs started happening, spiritual healing was given to all the people in the surrounding villages. And as the temple was being established and all of this was happening, we started facing a series of attacks by the Hindu Mesic elements. The peak of it, one of the largest attacks happened in 2017, in the month of June, when hundreds and hundreds of people mobilized by these Hindu Mesic elements attacked us at Kailasa and Trishulam in one of the most brutal physical attacks. You are seeing it now. They moved also through encroachers who encroached upon the land and occupied 3/4 of an acre on the 3-acre property. And so that they could give a day-to-day attacks on us. As you can see in front of you now, they landed on us with crude weapons, rock stones, rods, and anything they could get in their hands. And our female sannyasis, there was an attempt on molestation on them. Everything you can think of happened in 2017, June. Our sannyasi, Srinitya Yogaswarupananda Maharaj, who's also with us on the panel now, he was illegally arrested with a false case slapped on him of eve-teasing one of the wives of the Hindu Mesic elements. It was all pre-planned. We didn't know what was happening. We were victim of the largest attack we'd ever seen till now. But instead of we going and filing police complaints for a life threat, brutal murderous attack, what happened was they filed a false case on our sannyasi, and Yogaswarupa Maharaj was illegally arrested and taken to Pulal prison even before our complaint was taken up by the police. Before I invite Yogaswarupa Maharaj on the panel, I just want to share with you details. Seeing the visuals in front of you now, they actually thrashed the entire property of Kailasa and Trishulam, and they molested our sannyasis, and they broke the deities that were there, and they cut off the electricity supplies. They actually broke the Syntex water tanks so that our water supply could be cut off. They smashed all the CCTVs so that, in fact, what you're seeing now is a little bit of evidence we managed to capture before the attack was taken to its peak, because by then they realized we had CCTVs and they thrashed it all down. Now I invite Yogaswarupa Maharaj to share with us, because he is a victim of the false case that was slapped on us in 2017. he will now tell us how the whole thing happened. Before that, back to you, Ma.
It was actually very quite disturbing to watch. So you were mentioning you were there firsthand, right? Like you experienced this firsthand. How did it start for you when you were sitting there? You were in the campus, right? Approximately how many of you how many women sannyasis were there in the campus when this attack started?
We were around 20 to 25 women sannyasis, Ma. We had just then finished our morning puja when the attack started.
And how did it start?
Actually,
like
if you ask me for the exact moment how it started, we had just then finished the puja and we were having our breakfast, and I was actually standing there with a plate of idlis. I was having the breakfast, and on my food, a rock-like stone just came flying and landed. That's how I woke up to the attack, and I didn't know what was going on. From it's not something. It's something out of the blue for me. And then we started hearing voices. We started. And then when we came out of the containers, what met our eye, we could not even come out of the containers because stones were being hurled at us at jet speed because there was no restraint from their side. There was no restraint. It was just brutal force. With all their might, they were hurling stones at us, and they were thrashing the property with the rods. So we could not step out of the containers. If we did, we would be dead. And if we didn't step out, the entire property would be thrashed. And the whole thing was a surprise on us. So it was a complete, total surprise attack, Ma.
Understood. It's too painful though to hear this. Actually, all the viewers that are watching us right now understand only if we all come together. Your unity, like all of us coming together, being together, facing this together is only going to help us to face this. Swamiji single-handedly has been taking all of these. He goes on and on, whatever come what may. He's very clear. He will never give up on his vision and his commitment to humanity, especially his commitment to each one of you, his commitment to you, your enlightenment, me, my enlightenment. And Ma Yujinkin
Sorry for that. Yes, sorry for that. I think most of you lost my audio. I was speaking all this well. I apologize for that. Ma Yujinkin had commented saying the tapas that Swamiji is doing for humanity is great. Please understand, Ma, just to keep up the commitment for one disciple, Swamiji is taking this whole attack on himself. I mean, I'm a personal testimonial to this, but every one of us, each of us know the dedication, the tyaga, the commitment, unwavering commitment of Swamiji to the humanity. And so many of you are asking, what can we do about this? We're all sitting, each of you are sitting in different places. One of you had posted from Argentina and you had said how Hindus in Argentina are also being persecuted. Please understand, it is Swamiji standing as a single, loud, clear voice for Hinduism saying, come what may, I will stand. That is the reason. Literally, Swamiji is standing as a shield. That is why all of us today, if me, you, all of us sitting in different parts of the world are able to talk about Hinduism, and we are able to freely practice these sciences. Today we learned about Navakhanda Yoga Samadhi. We are all able to practice all this. You know why? Because single-handedly as a shield, Swamiji is standing in front and taking all the attacks on himself. What can we do if we decide just each one of us, when we each of us decide to take one small action, we can be a cause for a huge change. From your side, you taking one step, you saying, yes, I want to bring a change. That's enough. It starts from you. You start, your family gets inspired. From your family, your community gets inspired. From your community, your society gets inspired. From your society, your city gets inspired. From your city, your state gets inspired. From your state, your country gets inspired. From your country, the whole world will get inspired. Your action can cause a huge change in front of you. And how can you do that today? So many of you are asking, Ma, Lita, Ma, Eugene, so many of you had posted. It starts with one simple action from your side. You tell, I want to be cause for a change. Be it voicing out. It just starts with simply voicing out. There are 2 billion of us in number. Can you believe? 2 billion Hindus as we talk right now. And yet, thousands of our Hindu gurus are being murdered. Why? There are so many attacks that's continuously happening. Why? Our deities, our temples, to this day are being destroyed. As latest as day before yesterday, a sadhu, a Hindu sannyasi was murdered in the broad daylight. Why? Because we who have the power in our hands are not taking the step that we can. Like Swamiji said, this is a very, very big click that I've had. Swamiji said, it is not the active attacks of the anti-Hindu elements, but it is a criminal negligence of the Hindus who are sitting, who know this is happening, but we think, oh, you know what? In my country, I think it's fine. I mean, I go to a temple, I say it's all right. I don't think it's going to be attacked in any near future. It starts with that. If we decide, we can cause that change. Every single one of you that are watching, take a moment. Go to this link that's projected for all of you. Take one step from your side to sign a petition to bring a change. If you decide, if we gather one by one, we are 2 billion in number. And understand we are a 2 billion strong army. If we just stand one by one and decide, you don't need to, in this age, you don't need to fight with swords and guns. No, you just need to stand up for your dharma by saying, yes, I will not tolerate persecution against Hinduism. That's all. One voice from yours is going to add 2 billion strong.
Understand? It is one, put together. Understand, it's so many drops put together becomes the mighty ocean. All of us, we all put together, 2 billion in number. We need to have unity. We need to have oneness. We all need to come together. We must act. We must take a step. For all of us, for your enlightenment, for my enlightenment, for every one of us, Swamiji single-handedly is taking this whole thing. He is taking forward this whole thing. What happened? One devotee asked Swamiji to build a temple in one small, tiny land. Just compare it with the huge, all the properties that are there with Kailasa and all the other projects that Swamiji is doing. This is nothing for Swamiji. Swamiji could have any person who is selfish or even thinks that bad should not happen to him, would have said, come on, I can't do this. Even the devotee would not expect that from Swamiji. They should have just said, it's okay, they're attacking, so what can be done? But Swamiji did not deter. He took on. Morph video was put all over. A huge network had planned together. Understand, actually we had only shared one perspective of it. The reason for the attack is actually a few different components based on which this whole mafia network, it's not just even from it's not from one city, one state, or just even one country. It's beyond that. It's a huge network. Already many of these parts of the network has already been identified. I just want to tell all of you, it's a huge mafia gang, a network which plotted, criminally plotted. They launched an attack. We all saw a presentation. So many of you, some of you even cried when you all saw the presentation of how even to this day, as recently as day before yesterday, we have one of the Hindu sadhus who was murdered in broad daylight. They tried not one, not two, but hundreds such assassination attempts on Swamiji. They took him, tried putting him in jail, tried all kinds of torture methods, pouring cold water, starving him, injecting lethal poisons into his blood. Horrendous things were done. Till even at a crucial moment, Swamiji said, no, I will not give up the vision or the commitment that I have given to my devotees, my disciples. They froze the bank account. Swamiji said, I will not stop. I will, no matter come what may, I am not going to stop. To this day, so much Swamiji has faced, but he did not stop. Even till date, never once Swamiji even made a statement saying, oh, it's because this devotee asked, that is why I have to face this. Never, never he even thought in that line. That is his commitment, his love for each one of us. Understand? If you feel, God, this is injustice that is happening. This cannot happen. How can it happen now in like we call ourselves as such modern, such advanced? How can it happen like this now?
And especially when there's so many conversations happening around freedom of expressions, freedom of religions, etc., etc., and etc., we are still living in a place where our Hindus, our Hindu gurus who have sacrificed, you all need to know, in this same land that the sadhus are being killed, once they powerfully fought against tens and thousands of invaders, single-handedly sacrificing their life to protect the people. And today, that same people are killing these sadhus. So many of you have posted that you are taking an action. Many of you have posted that you have signed up. And yes, Tatiana, the link has been posted here, Ma. The link for you to take a step, for you to sign the petition has been posted here.
Actually, Tatiana Hughes has posted. We need to share this link virally. Absolutely. Yes. All of us understand, if we all come together, we all can be a great strength. It is not the people that are doing this. It's not the people, the mafia gang that is actively persecuting, but the real criminals, the real culprits are the people that have the power to stop it. The good Hindus, good human beings who have the power to stop it, not acting upon it. That is why all of us are being criminally negligent Hindus. Let us come out of this criminal negligence. Please, we need your support. All of us need to come together. Understand? Last 3-4 days, this whole attack has been going on. In Trishula Madinam, the visuals we saw, plus the building has been unlawfully demolished. These mobs got a huge bulldozer and demolished the building, drove away the cows, stole away the cows from Goshala, and they are terrorizing the sannyasis that are living there. But never once did Swamiji even tell us that, so many things are happening. I can't give darshan. Swamiji never made that statement. In fact, he came, he sat each one of us know. Last 4 days, did he even one single thing did he reduce? in his sincerity and his commitment for us, let alone reducing.
In fact, in the last few days, we have been seeing how continuously Swamiji is saying, not just Zoom, now let's open all social media platforms. I will give darshan, I will answer questions. And just to make sure none of us are missing out, even during darshan, Swamiji ensures that we come and remind everyone to post your boons and prayers. That I mean, to describe what is this unwavering commitment to humanity. Every one of us, today we're all in the so-called, free world, and we're all celebrating freedom with social media talking, but why is not a single social media channel telling you about this? Why is not a single social media platform letting you talk about this? Go post it. You can see the responses. Why is not a single media channel talking about these attacks that are happening? The picture of gurus, like we showed you, just the last 97 years. I'm not telling yesterday, today, day before yesterday. 97 years. Just last 97 years of available records. We can see year after year, any year, in any type of society, whenever Hindu gurus have stood up, they have been attacked. In this same Bharata Varsha, in this same Akhanda Bharata, our Naga Sadhus, our gurus fought. They shed their blood, they shed their lives to protect the temples, to protect the people. Today, those same people whom they stood up and sacrificed their lives for are attacking their community back. Is this what we are going to give back to our gurus, who are the backbone of Hinduism? When our education systems were destroyed, we were able to revive them back. You know why? There were gurus running gurukuls. When our temples were destroyed, we were able to revive them back. You know why? There were enlightened masters and gurus who were available to do the prana pratishtha again. When our kingdoms were destroyed, we were able to revive them back. You know why? There were great Rajagurus who guided the king rightly, guided them to come build the whole administration, the whole kingdom back in full strength. There are so many references for this. But that is why, very, very cunningly, they attacked our Guru Sampradaya, a blow which hundreds of years later also we are not able to stand back, because we Hindus have lost touch with our roots. There's a very popular quote by Malcolm where he says, a man who knows no history is like a tree without roots. And that's literally what it is. When we all are we're all going to temples, you could do anything that you want. You can even celebrate Diwali and be proud that you're a Hindu. No, but that's not it. Our roots, continuously the carpet under your leg is being pulled. And today it's somewhere else, tomorrow it's you. And it is time that we stand up for the change. Ma Sadashivaya, you're asking, if I sign this petition, will I be able to bring the change? There are 2 billion people around the world exactly in this moment, like you, me. If each of us think, by me alone putting one post, what difference is it going to make? Instead, if we start thinking, let me start the change, if I can start, this 1 and 1 is going to add to make up the 2 billion. So if you, me, and all of us here start the change, and if we take responsibility to reach out to the rest, we can bring an amazing change to everyone, to the whole world, and we can make people aware of this. It's not that commoners, actually you all should know one thing. Go to most of the videos which target and abuse Swamiji, go and read the comments. Do you all know, every single video, you will find comments saying, there is one person who's standing up for Hinduism, he's being attacked. Common public like you, me, Hindus around the world. I'm not just talking about devotees. There are tons of people around the world who know Swamiji's sacrifice, dedication. By now, people are all waking up and realizing. But it is just that they do not know what they can do to bring a difference. If we, as Hindus who experience Swamiji, who have Avatar as a guru, if you and me can take a step, we will bring a phenomenal change in the humanity. It starts with you and me, Ma. So if you think you can add up to that 2 billion, then I'm sure you will understand you can make that change.
Understand the very reason, even if a reluctance or like even some questions coming in us itself, we need to understand. Unfortunately, this is what is the result of the persecution that we all have faced. I just want to tell one thing. All the sacrifices our ancestors have done, whether it was Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj or Ahilya Bai Holkar or every great person who has sacrificed for us, or the Naga sadhus who bravely fought, every single person who has sacrificed for this very Sanatana Hindu Dharma to be alive, understand their sacrifices should not go waste. And it will not go waste because Swamiji is taking on everything that is coming and sacrificing the utmost possible things, and till he never deterred even once away from his commitment that he has given to all of us. And intensely, he is working hard, striving hard, day and night, just to make this nation for Hindus.
Let us all take the step. Let us save our Hindu temples. Let us stop the unlawful encroachment and destruction of the Kailasa Trishulam. Take a few minutes, and we request every one of you to take a few minutes, share this petition. Let us protect our Hindu heritage. Let us protect the Tyaga of our Guru, living avatar. Let us not be in blind ignorance. Let us not be in criminal negligence, and let us not let what happened to all the other gurus happen to our Guru. He is continuously taking the attacks. Let us stand up. We can make a change. And we are seeing continuously a lot of signups are coming. We request everyone. We would like to conclude this by requesting every single one of you, take a few minutes, share this with your friends, family members. Ask every one of them, whether they are born Hindus or practicing Hindus. Ask every one of them to take a few minutes to sign this form. And I know we have gone 32 minutes beyond the time of the program. We wish to complete with all the participants. For that, we had committed to conclude by 11 p.m. It's 11:32. We wish to complete with all the participants for that. But I think this is something very, very important that we are aware of. As it is happening, we need to know.
And tomorrow we'll actually share in detail with you about what exactly happened and what is going on right now. We'll be sharing in detail with you. We actually have a lot more people who have joined us on the panel, but due to the time constraint, we'll be having this segment tomorrow. Please invite as many friends and family members as possible. All your Hindu friends, please invite them so that they can understand what is currently happening to Hinduism. Thank you so much for staying tuned with this. We are coming to the conclusion of today's day. And let's now conclude with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Nithyanandam. Thank you all. Thank you so much for joining, Nithyanandam.